Nice, nice, nice. Nice, 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 nice. Let's go to there. Bop, 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 bop. Artale. Okay. Copy. Command plus. Oh, no. Control plus. There we go. Nice, nice. Okay, okay, okay. Blah, blah, blah. Favorite message to guild. Okay, whatever I need. Yes, yes, yes. Free market. See if anything sold. That's right. Hello. That's right. More blaze farming. Nothing sold. And since nothing sold, slow as usual. Because I am pretty weak. I'm also lazy. Garden of Red. Oh good, no one's here, thankfully. Didn't want to have to CC. Hello, Sushi and Rebecca. Good to see everyone here. How's the volume? Everything good? I would assume so, maybe. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Like the stream earlier today, I wasn't expecting to do 2 streams today, but I got bored. And my wife's playing with video games with her brother. So, I'm free to do whatever. Oh, good luck. We're both at very, very similar drop rates. How's GS? GS? Oh, I'm stupid. Slow going. Slow going. Gunslinger is fun, but as you can see, my damage, despite being pretty close to the level of these guys, my damage isn't exactly great. But, of course, I am missing some key components. For example, some better work gloves would be fantastic. Which I'll be able to get once those shoes sell. Hopefully they sell. Saw another pair listed that had sold a day before yesterday for a little bit, like 2 mil more than I listed mine. So if they sell, I can get myself the level 50 bullet, which will last me until 70, assuming I get the good bullet from here. As well as maybe 9 attack work gloves, but probably 8 attack. like earlier, I might put on some other music. Maybe. Depending. 85. I'm still playing it. I mean, I'll go on it whenever Dino wants to do like a DT grind or something. At least until they announce 4th job is coming out soon, and then I might actually go more into it. But I know that this particular class will hit harder in 3rd job and just be overall more fun leveling at that range. The 4th job leveling looks really fun as a marksman. Provided I get blaze. Technically speaking, you can do it very well without the blaze, since it's like, I mean, it's a flat rate, right? So the damage the blaze does at max is 2.5% of a creature's health per second for a number of seconds. I forget how many, but it's enough to kill any mob, I think. Something like that, from what I understand. Regardless of even if it doesn't, I mean... No, it just lets you start doing it earlier. It also makes the skill just better in general. Like, if I'm correct, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm correct and the flamethrower skill on Gunslinger is a flat percent of the monster's HP, and at max I believe it's 2.5% per second, then the blaze capsule will make it essentially about 3.3, something like 3.6. What's half of 1.25? Yeah, so it's a 3.75% of a creature's HP per second, which, I mean, doesn't sound like a lot, but it does speed up the process. It allows you to do stuff earlier than you could, so rather than being at, like, fog or something, from 70 to 77, I could be there to 74 instead, and it would be faster leveling from 74. You know what I mean? If I'm correct in how that works, I could be wrong. I'm pretty stupid. Glaze capsules are very good, yes. They're more common on the market. You can get one for like 22 mil instead of the 88 mil that it costs for a blaze capsule, if they even are on the market at a time, because they sell very fast. And that's because the monsters that drop them also drop one of the throwing stars, so they're more grinded on, because you're more likely to get better drops. Whereas for the blaze capsules, it's essentially just Cellions and red drakes. Red drake spawn sucks, and Cellion isn't exactly known for its fantastic drops. There's a couple things, but there's so many scrolls in its drop table that you're not likely to get the good scrolls. And even then, it's like 500k for the best scroll. And the other one I'd keep because it's crossbow. So to answer your question, it's not really required for the 3rd job skill, but it's like soft required. If you want to level up faster, it'll be required. So put it in perspective, you'll get about at level 77 when you can first start doing the Phantom Watch grind. You'll level up once every 40 minutes for a number of levels starting at 77. Obviously, it'll start to go down over time, but not significantly. If you have the Blaze Capsule. If you don't have the Blaze Capsule, it's like once every hour. So, 20 minutes faster with the Blaze Capsule. So yes, significant, but you're still getting better experience than anywhere else, even if you don't have it. So let's just cross our fingers. Hopefully I'll get it before 70. My damage isn't terrible for my level. Just damage is kind of low in general on a gunslinger until 3rd job. So what y'all doing tonight? I know you're all probably doing something in Artale, but what are you doing? Anyone here currently at DTs? Leveling a cleric. Oh, I see. Oh, yeah. Just all the D tier scrolls at Fog. Sounds about right. That's right. You'll probably level up faster than me because you're on a cleric there. I'm training at a pretty suboptimal area. But that's fine. Ooh, shoes. So you'll probably out-level me. You'll probably be level 70 by the time I'm like level 62, I would guess. As long as you're training at the same pace I am. That is, unless I get the Blaze Capsule early, in which case you'll probably get like 5 levels ahead of me before 70. I wouldn't say this area is particularly slow. I'm just not killing them very fast. It will get slow eventually, though. Before making the gunslinger, I tried getting the thing from my main. I came here and just killed these guys for like an hour, and I was killing them in one shot, you know. So I was probably doing the amount that I do here in like 4 hours on my main in an hour. Nothing. But at least I'm getting experience on this character. Level 12 Inferno. Is that the bowman equivalent of Blizzard? particularly that. I'm not super familiar with bowmen. Oh, that's good. Means you can probably go to Dual Pirates DT and eventually Phantom Watches, since they have a fire. They're weak to fire. Fell off a cliff. Ooh. Yep, well, weapon for accuracy. Wait, why do I have 7 gun for... I didn't buy gun for attacks. What the hell? Whatever. Yeah, blow weapon for accuracy. Maybe I did buy them. I'm just stupid. I forgot, maybe. In preparation to use this Rasfeld. Since without scrolling that Rasfeld, it is the same damage as my current gun. Hoping for plus 10 damage, 5 successes. But statistically speaking, I'll probably only get 4. I'm not going to use a 10% on it, because it's above average, and I'd rather just try to go for 5 successes. If I get less than 5, I'll have to buy a new gun, which will be expensive. Because my Rasfelt is above average. Thank you, Dino, for the Rasfelt. Korean Jesus. Interesting name. That's pretty good. That's good. That's a good one. I probably bought them, by the way. Yeah, I had some extra money when I was scrolling those shoes yesterday off stream. One of them I'm selling for 20 mil. Hopefully someone buys them so I can upgrade my gear a bit. But I probably bought them around that time. I still thought I had to buy them though. I don't know what happened. Seems like more than I would have bought since they go for quite a lot, and I spent most of my money on the shoes, so. Five out of 7 on your polearm's pretty good. I got a 10% on my level 80 crossbow. So my level 80 crossbow has 100 attack. I got greedy and tried for 2. Which never works, except for the one time that it did. Or 2 times it did, I guess, because I also have the 3 10% scrolls on a above average bowman shoe. I could probably sell those for like 20-30 mil, but I need to keep them because they're pretty much best in slot unless I find something ridiculous. Since I know it can drops can go plus or minus 9 on stats, you could technically find something better, since the average stat on most bowman shoes is about 3. If not 4, if it's 2 and 2. Oh. Oh, if you're still in chat, sushi, yeah, 600 for 2. They are tradable. Last time I checked, they're about 1.2 mil each in the auction house. But that was like 3 days ago, so they might be more expensive because of inflation. I was going to buy them without using money, but I ended up having to buy them with money because I don't have that much money in game. At the time, I didn't, at least. No worries. If you ask stuff in-game, I'll see it as well, and I can respond to it. No, I have to type in chat if I don't wanna. It's all good. Yeah, inflation is ridiculous right now. It's mostly due to the hackers and whatnot, just injecting meso into the economy. But the economy will probably stabilize at a higher amount than this as people get more meso anyway. So it's not really making it I mean, it's inflationary right now since not many people have that much meso to begin with, since the server's pretty new, right? But it's gonna settle higher than this, most likely. Yeah, a lot of people reaching cargos. I mean, I'm almost at cargos on this character, and it's my second character, so. Your mom was a 6 out of 10 at best. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, accuracy. That's the reason why I didn't go Paladin. I don't like the accuracy minigame. The only class I don't mind the accuracy minigame is on, well, you know, the one with the pole arm. That's how it be with a decently funded Dragon Knight. Yes, it is a major mechanic in Morrowind. Yes, I mean, if it was a mechanic that you needed to worry about on all classes in this game, it would be interesting, but the fact that there are classes that just don't need to worry about it in the first place. Like, I love warrior classes, don't get me wrong. I like Dragon Knight a lot. But, you know what I mean? Like, no. Who else is excited for Skywind at some point? I hope it comes out soon. And Skyblivion. Yeah, the remakes of Oblivion and Morrowind in the Skyrim engine. Yeah, Skywind. Oof. I mean, every Bethesda engine is janky, right? All of them. Yeah, there was a number of mods for Skyrim proper that fixed the combat. I liked the combat in regular Skyrim. I played vanilla Skyrim more than any other game, including this one. Like, and I play Maplestory a lot. It's just, I played it basically, it was the game I played in high school, you know? Came out when I was a sophomore in high school. I played it from release to you know, 2016-ish. It's just a ton. I don't mind it. It obviously could have been better. It's no Witcher 3, you know? Of course, Witcher 3 came out after Skyrim, so. I just loved the game. I wasn't much of a gamer in general. I played a lot of Maplestory. I played a lot of old school RuneScape at the time. I played, well, maybe not at the time because old school RuneScape was dead at the time. But I had. Super Smash Bros. Melee, I guess. I really played from that time period. I can only think off the top of my head. In Maple, old school. My first character in old school, pre-pirate. First character at level 39. 39. That's how far I got on that character. Because I was a dumb 10-year-old, you know? Who wasn't good at video games. I came back right before Big Bang, maybe a year before Big Bang, when I started high school. So, late 2009, mid 2009, whatever. And I made an Aran, and I got it to 130, 140 before Big Bang hit. Yeah, I played a lot of. My first character was a fire poison mage. I played a few other classes. I played, bowman. Any other class that I played before Aran was released. I didn't get past like level 25. You know, so I played basically all the classes. I'm also really picky with video games. It's just, Skyrim was my first big video game, I guess you could say. I mean, I get it. We're all about the same age, but I wasn't much of a gamer. I played a lot of PS2 games. I had a Wii. I played a few Wii games. The Mario ones and the Zelda ones. N64 and SNES. A Link to the Past is probably my favorite Zelda game for that reason, you know. Sly Cooper was great, all three of them on PS2. All the Crash Bandicoots, well, not all of them. Most of them were bad, actually, now I think about it. But the original ones, all the way through Warped. PS1, technically, I guess. And then also... Twin Sanity was stupid, but I liked it. I would say the same thing. I got video games on Christmas and on a birthday, right? And my birthday is like right in the middle of the year, so it would be 6 months, no games at each end of the year, right? And I wasn't a huge game person. My parents wouldn't pay for subscription services, so I never played WoW, for example. When I played RuneScape, OSRS, before it got the Combat Evolved thing or whatever, I never had the subscription. It was all the base game, essentially. So I didn't have that many options. I'd get 2, maybe 3 games on Christmas, and then always 2 games on a birthday. Back when games were $50, you know? So my library was not huge growing up. I got an Xbox 360 when I was 10, same time that... Was I 10? No, I couldn't have been 10. Xbox 360. When did the Xbox 360 come out? Anyone know? Anyone remember? 'Cause I didn't get it on release. '07? So it must have been like '09, you know? A couple years after release. I didn't even know the Elder Scrolls existed. To put it into perspective, I didn't know it existed until someone in high school told me, or was talking about Skyrim to their friends, and Skyrim had already released. You know, I didn't have any hype for it going in. I didn't know anything about it. Hydration check, by the way. But I got to watch school starts in September, so it was only a couple months away from Christmas, right? And when I heard about it, it had just come out, so it was November 11th, 2011, right? So I had never heard of Oblivion, I'd never heard of Morrowind, I had never known those games existed to begin with. You know? Same with the Fallout series, didn't know they existed at that age. And some friends of mine in high school were talking about, oh my god, this game is so amazing, holy shit, blah blah blah. And then I got really into Skyrim that Christmas. Right after its release, so I got all the hype everyone would have gotten waiting for the game to come out in that 1 month waiting for Christmas to get a video game, you know? I didn't get to try Oblivion until I started college. 2014, 2015-ish. That's when I got to play Oblivion for the first time, when I actually had my own income. So, yeah, I do like video games, but I don't play that many of them. Here's a funny experience I had. Here's a game that, like, you would think someone my age with very little knowledge on video games would have no idea this game existed, and I didn't. Katamari Damacy, the first one. One year when my dad picked up games for Christmas, he got that out of a bargain bin because he thought it looked funny. I didn't know it existed. I would have never played it if my dad didn't pick it up just because he saw it. You know? Like, I didn't know Oblivion existed until after I played Skyrim. Yet, I got Katamari Damacy on a whim because my dad picked it up. Yes, Game Grumps playing that was amazing. It was funny. Very funny. And Kirby's Dream Course. That's my favorite series from Game Grumps. The Kirby's Dream Course shit was hilarious. I guess the thing that ignited me back into video games and knowing more about them was YouTube, right? Because I got into YouTube as my main source of entertainment around high school, right? Like Dungeons and Dragons, for example, I had never even really, like, I knew it existed, but I never really thought about it as a hobby or a thing to try. Until college as well. I was a freshman in college. I had a class with a professor, Caleb Cleveland, who did the, if you've heard of it, the ABCs of D&D graphic novel, like that short kids book. He did that one. He was the artist and writer of it. But it was before he had put that book out that it was like before or after class, he recommended a podcast that he was really into, and it was not the one that you think it is. It wasn't Critical Role. It was The Adventure Zone. The Adventure Zone, which was with the McElroy brothers, who do Mabim Bam. If you've heard of that podcast, probably not. Very different demographic. Very, very funny short form, like 1 hour long episode, highly edited D&D podcast. If you like D&D, listen to the first season of Adventure Zone. It will make you die laughing, and it will also make you cry at times. It has some really heart-wrenching moments. It is such a good series. But that's what got me into D&D. Since I was already dating who is now my wife at the time, you know, I already had someone to kind of put it together. You know? I could see that. It would be difficult for a game like that in Australia, but nowadays with the internet, you could, if you wanted to try it, you could do it over Discord. That's what our group does. Taz is amazing. Yeah, It's so good. It's great because they're bite-sized. You know, just an hour as a podcast each episode. I got there maybe right when they were done with the first arc, which was essentially just the starter kit of D&D, like before, like the spider dude who had that ridiculous voice. That's where I started. So I was on the edge of my seat the whole damn time. It was really good. Terrible players in DM. I have one of those, but I have a terrible DM story. I joined a online group on a whim. Mines of Phandelver, yes. The first arc of theirs was in Mines of Phandelver. And I got in right when they finished the Mines of Phandelver first arc area, before they started getting into all the homebrew content, which was the best part of the Adventure Zone. Very, very good. Again, if you haven't watched it, or listened to it, I guess, listen to it. Just until their whole Adventure Zone story is over. They go into more Adventure Zone stories with other game systems, which I never listened to, but the D&D one was fantastic. Anyway, I joined a group online. Like I already had been in a group with my wife online, and we still run that group. But I was looking for more. Like, I had weekends free, essentially, and I wanted to be able to play more Dungeons & Dragons, so I found a group online that was doing a group. First session was fine, pretty decent. Maybe not the best way to start a campaign, and the plot and whatnot was weird. But everyone in the group seemed to really get along, players-wise, right? And over the Discord, before the second session, the DM essentially said, okay guys, I'm not really digging the campaign as it is. This is before the second session. So what I'm going to do is change it up. We're changing it into a war game. You're all going to be generals. You're going to play the same characters, but you're going to be generals, and you're going to be running armies, and I'm like, none of us wanted to do that. We all voiced that wasn't something we wanted to do. It wasn't something that we were interested in the first place. We came in to play Dungeons & Dragons, not a typical war game. We didn't want to play, Warhammer 40k or anything like that. This was just D&D, right? But the DM got really upset and pissy about it. So everyone in the group decided, no, I think we're all just going to leave. And every single player in that group left. But we were all already in a Discord together, like separate from the DM. Like we had joined a Discord separate from the DM together just to talk about player stuff. And everyone agreed, like, that DM sucked. Why don't we just make our own group? So the only one who didn't stay was only one of the players didn't stay. So we added in 2 other players, one of the friends of who was one of the DMs, and then another friend of someone else in the group. And I've been in that group ever since for Saturdays. We haven't played in a while because of life, but we're gonna pick it back up again in a couple months once the main DM is able to, essentially. It wasn't exactly a D&D horror story. I have plenty of those, but it was not great. We kind of caught on to the DM being a dickbag right away, so it was fine. The DM wanted to play a different game to begin with and didn't tell the players from the start. It got everyone together, which was great, but... No, we're good. Our group is good. Now, at least. The only other horror story I have is of a player. When my wife and I made our online D&D group together, we joined one first, and that group was good. We played with a guy named Felix, Carter, Vince, and Jesse. And we played for maybe 2 years before the group kind of slowly disbanded. And my wife and I decided to make our own group. We invited everyone who was in the previous group, and the only one who wanted to join our new group was Jesse. Right. So we made our new group with Jesse, who invited his friend Jen, and we had got some extra people online. Right, we got some people to join our D&D group through online. One who went by the moniker Dogwood, who was cool, and another one. We had a few others join over the years who came and quit because of this other one. Our group isn't exactly what I would call confrontational. Jen, Jesse, my wife, and I, we're not confrontational people. We don't mind bringing it up when everyone is in agreement that something is wrong, but since we're not confrontational in the first place, we didn't want to bring it up. The player who was problematic was the typical edgelord type player. In the first, maybe not the first session, but the first campaign, a couple sessions in, he just straight up stabs one of our players in game. For basically no reason. I think there was a reason to have that as a decision, but it wouldn't be anyone's typical first decision in that situation. I don't remember exactly what it was. It was 2016. I don't have that great. I have the memory of a trapdoor. Anyway, yeah, it's what my character would do essentially. Yeah. In my campaign that I ran, which was based on Maplestory, by the way, funnily enough, we had a player who was essentially playing Aran, right? Like a version of Aran. He was playing a guy named Kosh. This was Jesse's character, Kosh. He got a pole axe with extra abilities tied to it, and was playing a barbarian fighter multi-class. His whole shtick was he didn't have any of his memories. Like, he had lost his memories due to the curse of the main antagonist, what is essentially the Black Mage. And at one point in an inn, partway into the campaign, our edgelord player decides, you know, it would be a great way to try and jog Kosh's memories of the past. Let's try and kill him with a fire poker and smack him in the back of the head a bunch of times. Unprompted. It wasn't exactly great. No one exactly enjoyed that experience, but it's what his character would do. It's not what his character would do. He was playing essentially Evan. It's not what his character would do. Exactly. Actually, I wouldn't doubt that that's something he might have said in that particular situation. In another campaign, here's a terrible one. My wife did a campaign. She wanted to do a high level campaign, just see what it would be like. Have everyone start at level 20. We got maybe 4 sessions into that campaign when one of our players in a boss fight was out damaging his DPS multi-class bullshit character that he made. So he had a hissy fit and then took it out on a different player by trying to kill him in game. Which ended that campaign real fast. I think it was Warlock Paladin plus a couple other things like Gloomstalker Ranger, something like that. And he just got pissed off because someone else outdamaged him in a combat, and he was supposed to be the DPS. Like, no one cares about the player. Our group in particular does not care about specific roles, right? We had a campaign where everyone was bards. Except for him, obviously. In fact, that's the campaign that we kicked him out of the game. We were doing a isekai campaign where everyone was pulled into another world, and all the players decided to play themselves, except for him. The campaign setting where we were pulled into was essentially like a bubble, like a chunk of land that was trapped inside an area of fog. And what the people in that town, in this area of fog, believed was if you went into the fog, you would die. So there was a cult in town that was about trying to not let people leave, even though the town had a dark but fair system of essentially voting people off the island just to make sure they had enough resources to survive, right? They would, every year there would be a lottery, and a few people who weren't contributing to society in this lottery would be chosen to go into the fog. This cult was there to try and stop that practice, but not in a good way. Well, what would the edgelord player do about this? Well, he secretly joined the cult behind the players' backs. He, in a combat, undermined the other players by casting harmful spells on them with subtle spell and whatnot to try and stop us from uncovering things about this cult. And was very happy and giggly about the things that he was doing, even though we confronted him multiple times on saying, hey, that look, we don't particularly want you to do this, could you not? We eventually, in-game, found enough evidence to put his character, as someone part of the cult. And in-game, we confronted his character about it. And at the same time, out of game, had a conversation with him saying, like, look, you can't do this kind of thing. We don't like that. And he essentially shrugged it off with I don't know, maybe I won't, maybe I will. You know, it's my character, it's what my character would do. So we ended up kicking him out of the group at that point. And after that point, we found out that everyone in the group like my wife and I, after sessions, would be like what the fuck was he doing? Like talking about this player character and what he did in session and complain about it to each other. Turns out Jen and Jesse were doing the exact same thing after sessions. We didn't know until after we kicked him. Yeah, basically, yeah. It was Discord. If it was shoulder to shoulder, I'm sure he would have been kicked out much long ago. To be fair, though, Jen and Jesse, it turns out they lived just like one city south of us at the time. So we ended up doing an in-person... Like, we went in person and hung out with them on weekends every once in a while to do board games. And then eventually D&D a few times before we moved. But we ended up moving pretty far. All the way across the country in comparison. But we used to live next door to them, unbeknownst to us until we started the campaigns and whatnot. Yeah, it's much harder to do that in person. I feel like you'd be embarrassed, and the only time that's acceptable is when all the players are in agreement that, yeah, this is an evil campaign. You know, it doesn't happen that often. That's basically the only horror story I have about D&D. We just had a bad player for really, like, multiple years. Because no one wanted to confront him about it. And no one was happy about it, but everyone stuck through it because the rest of the group was great. And now our group is great. We did end up inviting a player from my Saturday group into our Monday group, the group that I found online that we left a DM and made. Right. We had one of those players join our group, and our group didn't particularly like him that much, and since we already had that experience with the problematic player, we ended up kicking him out of our group, not because he was problematic, but because it reminded everyone. It was like trauma, essentially, reminding everyone of the problematic player. So it wasn't really his fault. I still play with the guy. It's fine. He understands perfectly. Like he knows the situation. He's been in D&D groups that had bad players and bad traumatic events, and was like, it's fine. We ended up having two of the other players from that group join instead. The other DM and one of those more silent players, and they're doing great. Everyone enjoys them. When they can make it. The other DM lives in Norway, so it's not like he can join every single session, you know? Yeah, he was playing D&D like a single player. He was especially that campaign. He was absolutely playing D&D like a single player campaign. He caused people to quit our group. I think we had 3 players over the years that quit because of this player. We had someone with the tag Good Sir, someone with the tag Discord tag EDD, and someone with the Discord tag. I forget, but he had a Minotaur as an icon on Discord. But those 3 left because of this guy. At least I can say for sure one of them left because of this guy, and it can be speculated that the other 2 did too. Yes, in retrospect, after we had talked about it, everyone was like, yep, that's definitely the reason, you know? After we'd already kicked him out. And keep in mind, the first player left maybe a couple years before we kicked him out. Like, we had him in the group for years. We didn't get non-confrontational. No one, like, people thought that it was just them and this kind of thing, and everyone else was cool with it, you know? Just miscommunication. That's why when we had that other player from the other group join, they immediately said, essentially, we don't want him in the group. He reminds us too much of the other guy. We don't want another situation like that. And now they're very good about speaking out. It's good. Oh, lag. I'll get better at that. No other horror stories for D&D though. Nothing else that bad. I'm gonna lean back in my chair a bit, rather than leaning forward. Okay. that. It's been an hour. Let's turn that off. First, I'm gonna turn down desktop audio a whole shit ton first, so I don't blow anyone's ears out. Let's go to playlist. Let's do this playlist. What do I want? Shuffle, yes please. Loop, yes. Skip. Skip. Okay. That should be good, right? That good audio sound for the music. Just let me know if it is or isn't. I can turn it up or down, whatever. Maybe a little lower than that. How about that? Is that better? Could do that. Let me know if that's good. I can still turn it down a bit more if you want. Much better? Okay, good. For those of you that are listening to this the stream for background noise, the playlist that is now playing is a combination of Maplestory, old school and new RuneScape music, as well as a little bit of music from Hades, and a lot of bit of music from Skyrim. Good mix of those games, except for Hades, where I think there's only 2 songs in here. Sushi. Hydration check. I tried playing OSRS a couple years ago. I made a character with a really dumb name. I played it for a while, got a lot of stats to around level 50, and then stopped playing. Maybe 6 months ago, I went to go and log into the character, and the character was banned. And I was like, what? I never hacked or anything like that. What the fuck? Why am I banned? Well, it turns out that I got hacked. And nothing got, I mean, I was missing a bunch of shit. Everything was stolen, essentially. But what the hackers had done was they hacked my account and used it as a bot fishing mule. So when I got my account back, I had 99 fishing, which made things a lot easier, but I ended up not playing it very much. How was that? I didn't fish one bit on that character, and someone else got me to 99 for free. Well, it took all my stuff, but I didn't have really anything good. I think the best stuff I had was like trimmed mage armor, silver trimmed or whatever. Let's skip this one. I'm on shuffle, right? Yes. Yes, I am. So not the greatest thing ever, but I got a free 99 cape out of it. Oh good, another blunt weapon for accuracy. Thank you, Cellions. I very much appreciate it. Can you give me something good? I've been here since 43, and all you've given me is one claw 60%. Which, don't get me wrong, is good. But you'd think after a few thousand of you, you'd give me something somewhat decent. More than that? Maybe? No? Maybe I'm asking too much of you guys. Go at your own pace, you can do it. When you feel like dropping something good, drop something good. Sushi, you're at Golems, right? Oh no, Rebecca's at Golems. Sushi, you're somewhere else, I'm sure. Rebecca, you're at Golems, yeah? Trying to get Cargo's map, okay. Take my hands off the keyboard for 5 seconds, put them back down, and they're in the wrong spot. Well, I'd be looking forward to it too, after getting the hell out of this place, but I might be here until 70, who knows. I hope not. At least it's something different at first. It'll be fun for the first couple levels, maybe. Asterisk. Technically speaking, you have mobbing, so... Ice Valley 2? Whatever it is. Icy Valley 2? Is better EXP than Cargo's. The drops are arguably worse, though. But you can get 60% dex cape scrolls there, so... Yeah, I tried it, and so did, so has Togain. I mean, for a class that doesn't have a lot of mobbing, Cargo's is 120% better, you know what I mean? It's the EXP is better, the spawn rate is amazing, and if you can just clear it on someone that doesn't have a lot of mobbing, like a pirate, for example, or, for the example of Dino, a assassin, it is better. But on a class with a lot of mobbing, like a Dragon Knight or a crossbowman, it's more experience at Icy Cold Field 2. It's a little circle that you go in. The spawn rate is ridiculous. And there isn't as many people as at Cargo's. So if you can't find a Cargo map, I recommend giving it a try. Drops aren't super amazing other than that one scroll, but they do drop enough stuff to where you should be getting a net positive of Meso. And it's better music. Yeah, I was at golems for a while. I like golems, I do. But I think I spent more time at Icy Cold Field on my crossbowman. Kumbi and Toby at Hector's, but I never saw a single throwing star trap. I was there from essentially 55 to 77, 78, nothing. Are you clearing the 2 bottom platforms before they respawn? Or are you just clearing them as they respawn? Yeah, then you'll do better at Icy Cold Field. The mob density there is ridiculous. You go in kind of an O shape. Actually, in exactly an O shape. You go from the top left down to the bottom to the right up and then back around in a circle. You do that over and over again. It only really works for really good mobbing classes like yours, being a warrior, or like mine, the previous one, crossbowman. Most other classes wouldn't find it better. It'd be cargos or you stay at golems mostly. If you're at Fog, you could also try Golem Temple 3. EXP is a little bit less than Fog, but the drops better. Since they're all golems, you get more. You essentially get a GFA an hour, usually, if you're not unlucky. I get it, I was skeptical at first too, when everyone was saying, oh, it's way better than Fog, oh my god, and then people thought about Cargos, and like, oh, Cargos is really, really good, and other people like, no, Icy's better EXP. I tried it, Icy is better experience. I was so skeptical. I thought everyone was full of shit. On which character? Yeah, Coldfield 2. Or maybe. Yeah, Coldfield 2, that's the one. This map right here. Not this one. That one doesn't have a good rotation. This one. Yeah, it's not great for grouping for that, but it was great for Iron Arrow. It'll be great for Spearmen. Or any warrior for that matter. Yeah, unfortunately. I can't believe they nerfed it. Like, what the hell? It was good for one class. It might not even have been nerfed on purpose either. And they might have acted like, I'm sure when they're making these areas, if they have to make them by hand, I don't think they do. But maybe they do. And if that's the case, you know, just one tiny pixel off and you're not going to hit with that skill, right? So it might not have been intentional. but it was probably intentional. Maybe it's the KMS version. I don't know. Maybe the KMS version does have a different map layout slightly. Maybe it was just GMS that got that map boosted. I doubt it. That makes sense. It's too bad. It's too bad. Anyone remember Jesters? Jesters was a lot of fun. Jesters was 100% meta. The moment you could even think about killing them is when you would go to them, because they would give out 1k experience each at level 70. Did they get rid of them? Wait, that means they had... Oh. So it was a Halloween event. I was about to say, they had an MLC? What the? No. That's fun. Be a great way to get heart stoppers. The Jesters would be cool. Jesters or what's another good one? Stormbringers, Storm somethings, whatever they are. They also gave really good experience and were pretty good to train at as an archer, since they had a lot of safe spot areas in the Crimson Forest. Probably won't come anytime soon if they do add it, since it was GMS exclusive content. But I've already gone over my thoughts on this before. When they run out of KMS content, they really should start doing other specific content, other region-specific content, since it's something that can be ported, and it gives more content to the game, which will just stagnate if you leave it once everything else is in, you know? That's how you kill a game right there. You just leave it to sit. But if we did get NLC for that exact reason, it wouldn't be for a long, long time, most likely. The Jesters was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun at Jesters. I liked that map. Is it? Sure, I can do that. Oop. It is kind of boom, boom, boom. Any better? If you think that's loud, play a sniper. Go to any map that has 6 mobs, and then use Blizzard. And listen as it blows your fucking ears out. Turning down the SFX does nothing. Turning down the wrong thing? No. Just stack DT and every oops, all snipers all using Blizzard at the same time, and just cry as it destroys your headphones and your eardrums. Kind of a unfortunate thing about this version of Maplestory. A lot of sound effects stack their sound on top of one another when you use them. So the more mobs you hit with a specific thing at the same time, it'll just make it louder. So even if I turn down the SFX, right, it'll still sound loud. Right? It turned down a lot. Which you can tell when I use this attack. Or when I jump and you don't hear a little booping noise from jumping. But you can still hear the I need to pay more attention. I keep running out of this stuff. Oh, yeah. That too. Maybe towards the end of today's stream, I'll show you what I mean by the worst sound ever when it comes to Blizzard. Log onto my main and just fucking blow out your eardrums. I won't even touch how loud the SFX are right now. Just let it happen. Maybe not. I don't know. It might sound like hell. But I don't think that's the case with every skill in this game. Like, I know the fourth job AoE skill for sniper, marksman, doesn't have that problem. But it could also be that it hits mobs one after the other instead of all at the same time like Blizzard does. It could just be a product of hitting monsters all at the same time. Who knows? It could be a product of skills that came out before fourth job. Although it's not a problem anymore. And then Dino would be like, the hell are you talking about? Merpins is my boy. Used to a Mac keyboard. I picked up this neat keyboard online when I got a new computer, a Newfie something. I like it. I used to have a really tiny keyboard, and this is nice. It kind of feels like my Mac keyboard while being still a mechanical keyboard. I like it. Has some colorful keys. Excuse me. And there's Singapore. You didn't really hear this music that often because you wouldn't really hang out in Singapore. You used the Singapore map as a through ground to Boat Quay Town or towards some higher level training maps to the left of Boat Quay Town or to Ghost Ship. Or maybe you'd take the motorbike and go to Vietnam, I think, and then from there to the theme park where Cellion and Targa are, as well as also some pretty good mid-level maps to grind in, pretty good for 70 to 90-ish, maybe 60 to 90. %16.5% per 10 minutes. A little more than 1.5%. Yep. See what I mean? Knew it was faster than fog. If you can get the rotation down, going in that circle. Anyone here read mangas or the also popular manhwas? Oh yeah, it's very good, and especially as you get better at getting close to one-shotting them, your just EXP will just go up a little bit. It's very good EXP. I don't watch that much anime right now. I have a number on the back burner that I should watch. The only one I'm up to date on right now, well, I haven't watched today's episode, is ReZero. Not that I even need to watch this season. I read through this season. I read it a long time ago. Back when this was the last season that was out on the novel. I have a number that I need to catch up on. I haven't really watched anime regularly since like the 3rd season of My Hero Academia. 2nd season, something like that. One of the early seasons of My Hero. That's when I was keeping up with anime. Just been putting it off, which is funny because my profession was animation before. You would think I would keep up to date with most animation, but no. I didn't even really know about Bluey being a thing until my niece and nephew, my sister, my wife's brother's kids were watching it when we went over to their place at one point. Good looking show for children. Really good looking show for children. Yeah, I know Bluey's Australian. You can tell by the voice acting. Very, very, very good children's show. Way better than most of the children's animation that I grew up with. That any of us grew up with. Who remembers the original Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and how terrible that was? Animation-wise. Oh, no, the blunt weapon for accuracy, great. Or Blue's Clues. I guess Blue's Clues was okay, but it wasn't animation really. The only animated part of it was the dog. Bluey's better. Great children's show. Oh yeah. Oh, all the 80s animation was painful. Everything from the 80s, animation-wise, for television especially, and even movies. That was a real dead period of animation. They didn't have their niche for a television station that only did animation yet. So it was essentially just Saturday morning entertainment. And they couldn't really find a way to make it that lucrative for television without really slashing the budget on those animated series, because especially back then, animation is expensive. Hand-keyed animation, hand-drawn animation on paper cells and then done on celluloid. It's terrible. All of it's... He-Man was terrible. TMNT was terrible. Have you ever heard of a show? Oh my god. Have you ever heard of a show called... Oh god, what was it? It was about a kid who turned into a race car. That was his superpower. He would turn into a car. Terrible, terrible stuff. That entire, as you said, the Mortal Kombat stuff, early Mortal Kombat stuff. It was really bad. Not a great time for animation. Yeah, people love the animation from that time period. It's nostalgic because you grew up with it. You were a kid. You had to live with it. You know what I mean? I was past my time. I grew up with shows like Rocko's Modern Life. I grew up with a show called... I'm sure everyone here did. With a show called... Also, by the way, Rocko's Modern Life. Australian. Main character's Australian. Not actually Australian, because he wasn't voiced by a real Australian, I don't think, but he had an Australian accent. Johnny Bravo was good, if very sexist. But that was the point of the show, right? The point was Johnny was a womanizing asshole, and he never got the girl, and the girl always beat the fuck out of him. People think that, oh, you could make it non-sexist, but, like, it was anti-sexism, really. If you look at the nuances in the show. You weren't supposed to root for Johnny. He was an asshole. Courage the Cowardly Dog, a little bit newer than those. Ed, Edd n Eddy was my favorite. I mean, it's sexist, but the point is he was being sexist and he was beat up for it, which slapstick humor was very fine at the time, right? I mean, it was at the tail end of being fine. It was more fine in the 50s and 60s with Tom and Jerry. Even before that with live action, like Buster Keaton, Three Stooges. Yeah. Exactly. It had nothing to do... Like, you weren't supposed to root for... You rooted for Johnny in some situations to overcome adversities, but that was only when he wasn't being a womanizing asshole. Anytime he was being the womanizing asshole, you never were supposed to root for Johnny, because that wasn't the point. People like to boycott. Like, There's a good example how they tried to. I think they even succeeded in getting Apu off of The Simpsons because one comedian said it was racist. That he was a racist stereotype. But everyone in The Simpsons is a stereotype. Everyone. Apu included. That's the point of the show. It's showing that America is a mixing pot, and everyone has their bad sides, and everyone's bad side is dialed up to 11, except guess what? Apu is fucking fantastic. He was shown to be better off, smarter and better off than almost every other character in the show. And yet they took him off of the show. Apu was great. If you have an hour to kill at some point after my stream, maybe tomorrow, watch, what's his name? Animator from YouTube, something G. I think he's doing a stream right now, actually. I think about it. Let's see. YouTube, tell me your secrets. No, Max G. Maybe. Have you heard of Hot Diggity Demon? He has a video on that, an hour-long animated thing on them trying to cancel Apu. Great one. I recommend it. I was an advocate for Apu when it was happening as well, so it was nice seeing another animator who was who very much tried to defend him. And one of the main arguments being Apu is voiced by a white guy. But that's how voice acting works. You just pick whoever has the funniest voice. Mario the Italian plumber is voiced by isn't voiced by someone who's Italian, he's voiced by a Frenchman. Maybe not anymore. The sworn enemy of Italians. Samurai Jack was voiced by a black guy. What's his name? I'd say his name if I remembered his name. Darth Vader wasn't white. Darth Vader was voiced by one of the most prolific black voice actors of all time. Yet no one cares because Darth Vader is white and therefore you can't be racist against white people. I guess. I say I'm white, but I am mostly Hawaiian, Native American, and Portuguese. I'm only 25% white. Like white. Like European white. But it's just easier to say I'm white. When it comes to job applications and everything, because ostensibly I'm white. Oh, it's very American. I know in Australia you guys give less than a fuck about it. And that would be really refreshing. I'd like to live there if it wasn't for everything else. From the heat to the dangerous animals that I know aren't really that dangerous as long as you don't go trekking out in barefoot. No thanks. I'm not a big spider guy. I'm not particularly afraid of them, but my wife would say absolutely fucking not. We now live in Indiana, and we've already seen a few house centipedes every once in a while, and my wife hates those too. I've never been. I've wanted to go. The main Australian person that I follow on social media is Garbage Time / whatever his other channel is, I forget. Australian tech reviewer. Very funny guy. Dank Pods. Him. Every Australian knows each other, right? So you know who that guy is, right? And I get it. Yeah. Yeah, great. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. I am supported by Dino Fries, as I am in Mob, and he also gave me the gun that I'm currently firing. So, welcome to the chat. Feel free to have a seat anywhere. Spider stories. Yeah. Yeah, small things shouldn't be big. Yeah, I agree. My wife hates spiders with a passion. I'm not a fan of them, but I'll usually pick them up in like a glass or a paper plate and take them outside if I see one in the house. Though we have cats, so we don't usually see them in the house because they're probably already dead most of the time. I like coconut crabs. They're cool. I know that they could really hurt you if they snipped at you, but I mean, they're not exactly what I would call fast. I know they look like sea spiders, essentially. I'm not a big fan of shellfish, though. I think it's fine. I don't really like seafood. Oh wait, I've seen you in Dino Fries' chats before. Steffi, I think. I'm pretty sure. I recognize the name somewhat. And the sweet roll icon. Running out of any pots yet? I don't think so. Good. Oh, that's cool. Definitely good. Dino is still searching for those godforsaken steelies. And now I'm on my own steely hunt known as Blaze Capsules. That's hot, Derek. That's hot. Always nice of you. I'm sure at the time you could have made a pretty penny on those cumbies. I think at the time they were probably worth like 8 or 9 mil, right? Something like that. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, yeah. I'm sure. Icarus Cape is good. I have one myself. I got it for real cheap. 6 dex, 10 speed. I got it on my main, the sniper. But it was just a 3-slot cape that I bought for $1 mil, and I succeeded 3. So now it's worth way more than I paid for it. Yeah, 6 decks ain't bad. Unlike my gloves, I'm gonna upgrade these once my shoes sell. Still haven't sold. They should sell for 20 mil. Yeah, I got a 3-slot for 1 mil back when they were cheaper. And since I was still doing Icy Cold Field, or the one before that. This one, Coldfield 2. On my main at the time, I had enough drops of the 60% to just, I just sent it. Maybe I just bought them. I don't remember. Do they drop the 60%? I think they do. They might do that. They might do the helmet ones. Okay. I might have just bought them, but I put all 3 of them on it, and it was fine. Oh, not Yetis. They're Hectors and the other White Wolves. You know, where you would go from level 50 to 70, but I was there until 77. Oh, it sucked. I'll be here until 70 most likely, which is going to suck. They drop helmet. I'm pretty sure they drop helmet. Let me see. Hectors and White Fangs were in Elnath Mountains. So Ludus, not Ludus, but Hector. Knuckle accuracy, it must be White Fangs. White Fang. Helmet int 100%. There was something that I had that I could, maybe it is Hector's. Did I just miss it? Helmet, she'll scroll for shield. Toby. Look, Hector again. Let me spell Hector right. Yep, scroll for Cape Dex 60%. So yeah, I was able to get those from them. It was free. It's good because those are expensive. Well, crossbowmen are pretty solo efficient. This character won't exactly be solo proficient until 77. As you can probably tell by my leveling speed, which is slow. It'll get a bit faster once I can buy those GFA, not GFA, but I'm gonna buy a better glove. My glove only has 2 attack. But I'm gonna buy an 8 attack once that sells, and probably the level 50 bullet as well. Give me plus 10 attack. Also be scrolling my gun. This guy. Currently my current gun has 50 attack. Oh, is this 3 whole mobs. And it does less damage than Iron Arrow. Yep. It's not great. Not as bad as being a brawler, but you know, it does 170% damage to 3 mobs. It's pretty bad. Yeah. Third job is when this class gets stupid. We get essentially DIY Poison Mist with Flamethrower. Lets us do, starting at level 77, lets us do Phantom Watches. Yeah, PPQ would be good. I think it's okay experience right when it comes out, but that's only... I think you can do PPQ level 70, right? So it'd be good to go from 70 to 77-ish. Maybe. Although, to be fair, Flamethrower will be good right away for some lower tier mobs, like Hector's. I'd love to leave this place soon, but I can't leave until I get the elusive drop. I will probably be here until 70 if I'm unlucky. Actually, if my luck is average, I'll be here until 70. And then some. Does it? Is it 50? Maybe. Maybe it is. Maybe it's like level 60 or 50. I don't know. I don't remember. I didn't do PPQ that much. I liked the pirate area. It was fun. I think crews and captains were good for the late 50s, if not 60s. In leveling? I'm not sure. It was a good map, at least from what I remember. I think. Maybe it is 55, you're right. So not particularly good experience. I know the hat isn't exactly worth it. I mean, it's probably worth it. My hat isn't that good. A really good flat map. So, pirates are just good in general. And because actually, this will be really good for you, whoever was the ranger, Derek. If you're still in that level range, I don't know if you are. But if you're playing a ranger, since the maps, or the platforms for those mobs are so close together, you can hit below and above and hit all of the captains and crews. With arrow bomb. Ah, never mind. Ignore me, I'm stupid. I knew that. I knew that. I was just testing you, okay? I was just testing you. I swear I was just testing it. Any day now, Cellions. Give me the thing I'm looking for. Give it to me. I would like to leave here. Ah. So many useless drops. Well, maybe they're not useless. See, yeah, good. No. 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 Everything's below average now. Oh. Are those Jangoon shoes any good? I'm not a warrior. Anyone know? 5 strength, 3 dex. They're even blue. That usually means very above average. Gimme. I mean, you're gonna give me those scrolls, so I'll give it to you for scrolls. You just have to come to me. I know you're around that level. I think this would be good for you. If you care and want to come get them at any time, I'm currently no info. Is that a channel? Just add me. Add both Merpins you see, and one of them will be the one I'm currently on. Great. I'll give it to you for those. I don't care. I don't need it. I'm sure I could sell it, but yeah, I mean, I don't, if those boots I'm selling sell, I don't need money. I'm not strapped for cash. Not a bit. I'll hold them for you, no worries. They're all yours whenever you want them. They're pretty good, I guess. I'm not playing a warrior, I don't know. Speedrun. Me too. I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm speedrunning. I'm more like slow walking, but that's fine. I'll get there eventually. Level 50. And then it'll become a scroll stream. I'm not racing. Being here isn't about the levels, you guys. Being here is about the friends we made along the way, I think. Something friendship. Right? I deserve 2 people to leave the stream. That was on me. Same. Technically, Steffi, 100% correct. I am gambling my time for rare drops because I specifically am looking for a very rare drop. Something worth 88 mil. Because God knows I'm not going to pay for that. I've never had more than 30 mil at a time. No way in heaven or hell am I paying 88 mil for something that isn't worth more than 40 mil. Yep, blazing capsules, exactly. That's what I'm here for. I have asked the pirate gods, aka the Corsair Discord of Artale, if these do indeed drop blaze capsules. I had a confirmation of someone who did find blaze capsules here. They do drop them. They're very rare. And I need them. They will be an investment for both this character's future and a future character's future. Because if they're still worth a lot in the far future, if Aran ever comes out in the server, which it might, based on what the devs have said, long time from now, a year or 2 probably, I can then sell those blaze capsules and fund Mia and Aran. Maybe, I don't know. What's more likely is a server will come out that has Aran in it before that ever happens, and I will switch to that server. Because I will play almost any server as long as it has Aran, as long as what they have in the server isn't bullshit. I don't want a bunch of pay to win. Based on my own definition of pay to win, not anyone else's. I don't think pay to win is a great term to use even for what I'm describing right now. It's just the easiest way to describe it. The tactics that I don't particularly like in the gaming sphere. As long as it doesn't have those. As long as it has some quality of life, you know, great. And I'm happy. Even if it's 1x, I'll do it if it's Aran, sure. I don't like doing 1x, but I've done it before in Aran. I've done it multiple times before. I got an Aran OG release of Aran into the 140s. And it wasn't hell because it was my favorite class. I think they had 2x coupons in Korea. I don't know if they were sold in the cash shop or if they were event raced or event based. Words. But they had them in Korea. I don't know how to get them. They don't have cubes. Cubes are GMS. They were released after Big Bang. The only time we'll see any cubes is if they are, if they're event rewards, it's fine. All good. But the cubes won't come. This is a before Big Bang server, right? And that's an after Big Bang edition. Excuse me. Ooh. So very, very unlikely. If they want to power creep the game and give other ways of progressing your damage in-game, there are better ways to go about it than cubes. Like, for example, I wouldn't mind flames, as long as you couldn't flame things yourself, and it was all random drop based, but it would need to be a server for that. I wouldn't want it in Artale, for example. There would need to be a server that specifically has that from the beginning, and it's advertised in the server description. It's basically just what we already have. It would be, you could get attack on anything just based on drop, but you wouldn't be able to increase that with something like a Chaos Scroll, as an example, because it wouldn't actually affect the inherent stats of an item, right? It would be additional stats that you wouldn't be able to roll through. It would be all RNG based, essentially, or buy from someone else. I wouldn't mind gacha as long as they implemented it properly. I was in a private server once, back in 2020, 2021-ish. They had Aran, obviously. New one, my wife wanted to try it, we both joined it, and it was a lot of fun. They had a gachapon, and it was the same as the gachapon in GMS at the time, so different gachapons in different areas had different rewards. So the best one was probably the one in Zipangu. The one in Zipangu. Because that one had the chance of getting cape attack scrolls and pink capes, I think. Or maybe not pink. I don't know if cape attack was a thing. I think it was just pink capes. Was the thing you were trying to get from it, rather. I don't mind it. I just don't think the Gatch ticket should be sold. Yeah. Gatch tickets. Well, make it like how they did Chaos Scrolls eventually. I don't know if it was in GMS. Maybe it was a private server thing. Make it how they do, like, rare drops in GMS now, like end game bullshits, like nodes, for example. They can drop from any mob at a really low drop rate. You'll probably find a handful of them at most between level 1 and 100. And they have a guaranteed drop rate from bosses like Zack. Yeah, you know, I don't mind it. I don't think it's needed in Artale. Artale is its own thing, but in a server that had it from the beginning, I would be like, yeah, that's fine. That's cool. Extra ways to gain power is fun. Extra things to go for. For example, Chaos Scrolls. I know that the Artale devs are against ITCG items like the Pink Cape, Stormcasters, but they're also against Chaos Scrolls, apparently. I think Chaos Scrolls, if they were introduced into a server, including Artale, for example, I think they would need to be boss drops. Specifically, untradeable boss drops. You'd have to go and kill Zack, and you would have to get a Chaos Scroll as a Zack drop. as an example. The only way you could get the best gear in the game would be you need to kill enough endgame bosses to get enough of the endgame scrolls to make the best endgame gear. You know what I mean? Incentivize doing more bosses. Of course, Chaos Scrolls aren't exactly the best thing ever without Pink Capes and Stormcasters, since they only affect stats that are on an item. I mean, Pink Cape is fine in Artale. I'll tell you why. The only reason why the Pink Cape is overpowered is because of Chaos Scrolls. It allowed you to get an attack cape by trying to +5 a bunch of times with Chaos Scrolls on it, right? The Chaos Scroll was a random 60% chance at a plus or minus 5 to a stat on a cape, or onto any weapon, any item that you use it on, right? Which is why Stormcasters, Face Stompers, and Pink Capes were best in slot items and chains. They were ITCG items that weren't in Korea, that because they had inherent attack power on it, even if that attack power wasn't very much, because I think they all had +1 attack, not good by themselves. You could release them as they are, and they will not see very much use, because that +1 attack is not that much when you compare it to raw, large amount of stats other items will give you. Maybe the cape would see use, but it's not a huge difference. In fact, I think the best in slot cape from Happyville in Artale would be better than a +1 attack cape. Everyone cared about the pink cape because Chaos Scrolls. Yeah, I think so, yeah. 2 attack is fine, but it's not the best thing ever. I think 2 attack is equal to 5 or 6 main stat. Maybe a little bit more than that, not by much. So though it would probably be one of the better capes, it probably wouldn't be best in slot in this server, especially with the Happyville cape. The only reason why it was best in slot is because it had attack on it, so you could Chaos Scroll it, since Chaos Scrolls affect the stats on an item, right? Seriously, really? I know that the Stormcasters would be, or the Stormcasters would absolutely be because they're 5 attack, but I can't imagine the Face Stompers being best in slot before Chaos Scrolls. It's only 2 attack, right? I know. Well, they had 7 slots, I guess. So if you rolled really well, it's best in slot, I guess, with like dexterity. Right? But I mean, like, if you roll all 10% on something, it'll be best in slot no matter what, essentially, right? Happyville cape? I think it's a +5 all stat. Something like that. Either +3 or +5, something like that. Happyville as in the Christmas event. It also gives the best in slot nose face item. It's essentially the three different nose items you can get, and then you combine them into one, and then it's permanent. But the problem with the best in slot cape is you can get one every 3 days during the event, so you can probably get maybe 5 or 6 of them, and they're untradeable. So you have 5 or 6 chances to get really good stats on it. Otherwise, you gotta wait a year, since it's untradeable. So though, in theory, it is the best in slot cape, it's only the best in slot cape if you're lucky, right? I mean, yeah, but the devs did say they're excited about bringing an event, a holiday event to us early here, so we might get the Christmas one. I know we didn't get the Halloween one. They might have other things on their plate that they want to do before that. Ooh, here's some nostalgic music going right back to the ninja area. Ninja something. Two attack, 5 slots. Yeah, I mean, yeah. If you god roll it, it would be better than a very high rolled random drop. Maybe not here, because you can get +9 here on a random roll. Very, very, very unlikely, but you could. Which is fine. Ooh, hydration check, by the way. Hydration check. But for something like that, yes, it would be best in slot if you rolled really well on this kind of server, but I don't think it would be best in slot, really. Free main stat? Yeah, so in this server, it wouldn't be best in slot. The cape would be because there isn't the cape would be because it's 2 attack, and the other best cape is 3 main stat and 3 secondary stat, which would be about the same. But because it is a adventurer cape that you could go and get yourself and get a bunch of them, you could then scroll it like crazy. But with stat rolls, as long as there's no face, as long as there's no chaos scrolls, the stat rolls make it so any high level shoe will be better than face stompers. Face stompers at best would have to be a level 50 shoe that isn't exactly super hard to get, and it would be your placeholder shoe until level 100, most likely. Until you get a decent roll on stats, or you get really lucky and get like 5-10%, right? Get the god stat, you know? Assuming you can use dex. So, one of like 3 classes. Yep. My playlist is eclectic, but does have a lot of Maplestory in it. You know what this reminds me of every time I hear it? It reminds me of something that happened when I was a kid. I was 10 years old. I've been playing Maplestory. I was level 15 on a wizard, on a mage, and I had finally saved up my first 100k. I've been determined since level 9 when I first went here, just to hang out. Determined to go to Amoria and get myself a suit. Go down to the bottom right of the map and go to that suit seller and get myself a snazzy suit. I don't care if it makes my character look fat. I wanted a fucking suit. Be a suit wizard. So I got my first 100k. I went to Amoria. I went down there and I was like, finally, I can get the suit that I wanted. And I bought the wrong color. Wrong color. Now I gotta wear the ugly blue one and I wanted the white one. Damn it. Exactly. The suit was classic, man. The suit was classic. You know, you see it as a dumb 9 or 10-year-old, and you're like, oh man, there's a suit. I wanna be in a suit. So you go and save up your money. Level 15. It took you weeks to get to level 15 because you're a dumb 10-year-old. And you go and buy your suit. And if you're not as dumb as I am, you bought the right color and you're jazzed. But I had to wear a blue suit. And I didn't want the blue suit. I wanted the white one. Let me face the right way, please, game. Thank you. Yet again. But I was dumb. I wasn't very good at the game back then. I think I made my first mill. Oh, speaking of Hades music. Oh, that's good. Some Hades music. I got my first mill through a random drop. I got a maple sword, the level 35 one at one point. And some guy bought it for a mill. I doubt it was worth a mill. I bet it was worth way more than a mill at the time. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't know what the prices were back then. I wasn't really interested. Someone just offered a mill for it, and I was like, oh my god, really? Yay! And I was rich. I wasn't rich. I had a mill. But, dumb child. Anyone else remember going to either Sleepywood or the bottom of the tower in Orbis and then getting stuck? Just me? No. Because you're too low level to deal with the mobs and you just die and go back to town every fucking time. Got stuck in Orbis. Just take the ship, you know, on 5k? Ah, fuck. Yeah, I've been stuck in Orbis. I've been stuck in Sleepywood. You know, when you are a dumb 10-year-old, tends to happen. Especially when you're not good at video games at the time. I wasn't very good at RuneScape either. Ooh, my IGN for RuneScape, my original IGN for RuneScape. Want to know what it was? It's stupid. It's BaconLad23. Excellent. Such a good name for RuneScape. Man. Random attacker, but with one less T. Oh, I had Bacon Lad 23, Bacon Space Lad, no space 23, because Bacon Lad was taken, and I was damned if I was not gonna have Bacon Lad. That was what I wanted to be. Merpins and Merpins, the usernames that I use now, are an advent of 2012-ish. I've used it since then. Anyone else remember their cringe usernames from when they were younger? Anyone want to share with the class? XX Dragon Slayer Lord XX69. XX_Heart Stomper. underscore XX5. Anyone else edgy? I kind of skipped the edgy phase. I didn't really have any edgy names. They were all the lol so random names because lol so random was the humor of the time. I'm sure I mentioned lol so random and a couple of you just cringed really, really hard, remembering back to when you were lol so random. And if that's the case, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have mentioned it. Anyone else play Gaia Online? How about that one? Does that ring any bells to anyone whatsoever? For the longest time, it wasn't even really a game. It was a... You hate how relatable I'm being. Thanks, I appreciate it. Mad cringe. Yep. Hey, if everyone can look back on their younger, dumber self and cringe. It's human nature. We've all grown as people, somewhat. And despite that, we still think farts are funny. Because they are. We all had that time period where we were like, farts are immature, they're not funny. But they're funny. You can't, they're funny. Okay? That was you trying to act mature. Mature is knowing that they are actually funny. Farts will always be funny. That's right. Thank you, level 50. This means... Let's put all 5 to be safe. Excellent. Recoil shot. This has now become a scrolling stream. This also means... Hades, you can pause for a minute. Thank you. Let's turn this back on. Sound. Sure that's good in OBS. That should be good. Now, as you can see, a 50 attack gun I'm wearing. You can see my range right here isn't good. Let's equip my other gun. You see my range? Watch it shoot up right now. You see how it stayed the same? That's because they're the same attack power. I have to scroll it to make it good. Before I even do that, though, let me see if I can get a backup. I don't think I can. I don't think I have enough gold for Meso. For a backup. What's it called? Rasfelt. No, go away menu. Rasfelt. Oh, yeah, closed. Okay. Channel. Anyone home? Hello. 81. 79. Come on. Ah. Okay, try again. Give it a second. Anyway, looking back on your earlier self is knowing that you were once cringe. and that's called growth. Everyone was cringe. Kids these days are going to look back at the time that they thought Skibbity Toilet was funny, and they're going to cringe. Someone is going to be at the dinner table and be like, how did that Skibbity Toilet thing go? And they're going to say, please don't say that. Please never say that. I invented the Skibbity Toilet Party. I don't know what you're talking about. 600K? Is there any other international? Fine. 49K. I need the Mesa. I left it in the auction house. Thank you, Mr. Raspelt. Come to me. Will this sell? Everyone, send me your power. Just hold your hands up and think of Goku. And then someone will buy it. Here's another fact about cringe. Rage comics are funny. You thought they were cringe, but they're actually still funny. Unironically, still funny. This is science. Okay. Okay. No. Go back and look at any modern Rage comic made by an adult. They are funny. The old ones, not funny at all. I will agree with you that Rage comics made by anyone under the age of 18 are not funny. And the majority of them made by people between the ages of 18 and 22 are cringe. But any Rage comic made by anyone after that, it doesn't matter who it is, it will be funny. Anyway, back to the scrolling. This is not going to go well. Okay. Garbage? Okay, this one. This one's the one. No, okay. How about 5 successes? That's one. That's a fail. I still got 4 more. That's a fail. Okay, that's garbage. Let's switch to that one. Okay, we got 6 slots, 4 successes. How about that? Okay. Sure. I still got 4 more. Okay. Free market. I think I have enough for 2 more scrolls. Let's take that away. Fjord. ATT. Let's turn off all caps. Unit price. That's pretty good. when did they go down? They didn't go down in price. Some people are just really underselling them. That's very good. 10%. I'll buy one. Complete. Get all. If a comic or anything has the iFunny watermark in the bottom corner, it just becomes funnier, because then it just becomes stupid. If you see the iFunny watermark, you are legally obligated to laugh. That's how it works. If you do not laugh, you will be fined. How does that sound? I'm not going to use this on this one. I've got these for that one. Here I am. Okay, it's garbage. But what if... Could this be streamer luck? Am I a lucky streamer? Yeah, see? Yeah. The whole thing you're looking at could be extremely not funny. But the moment you see the iFunny watermark, that's when it becomes funny. You see? That's how you know things are funny, right? iFunny makes things funny. You see, funny. As you just saw, it's funny. All is right with the world again. Single tear. Plus 11 attack. As you can see, my attack power is less. But that's because I'm not currently using a snowflake. Look, the moment you start talking about iFunny, that's when you get streamer luck, okay? That's what other streamers don't understand. Talking about cringe, and talking about iFunny, and talking about the past that you don't want to think of in the first place. That's how you manifest streamer luck. Streamer luck is just an iFunny watermark. And don't forget it. That's how it works. Well, that was all my mesos. Yes, that's exactly why the funniest streamer, or the luckiest streamers, are the most cringe. Because they have to manifest their cringe to get streamer luck. It's why PewDiePie has 100 million subscribers. It's why Ninja became the top streamer ever. Oh yeah, Rebecca, if you were to stream, you would be the luckiest streamer of all time. I'm gonna put these Jangoons over here so don't forget that they're yours, Rebecca. Still got a lot of pots, should be good. Okay. Back to the endless, pointless grind. gonna get more snowflakes. I think I have some more coins left. I think I have 1,000, right? Yes. I can buy 11 more. That'll last me, what, 5 more minutes? I was born in the cringe, molded by it. All is right with the world. Now, if those goddamn shoes were to sell, I could get another big boost in attack power. I'd be able to get another 10 by getting a new bullet and a +9 or +11 attack work glove. This is much better already. So it's already much better. This feels less terrible. Also, as you can see by my viewer count, the watching count, the people who are watching right now, the moment I stopped talking about cringe, I lost like 8 viewers. Okay? If I were to start talking about cringe right now and I did it for the next 45 minutes, I would end the stream with 100 viewers. That's how it works. I just don't have the willpower to do it for 45 minutes. I'm not strong enough. Rebecca, you're strong enough. I believe in you. Easy target. I'm not really picking on you. If anything, Derek is more cringe. But we're all cringe. We're all playing Maplestory right now. I don't need to elaborate why that is cringe, I don't think. Exactly. See, she understands. Dedicated to cringe. I like it. My next stream will be a Aran cringe stream. Aran has the cringe. I don't plan on playing that one tonight. I do not have the willpower for that much cringe. Make sure to take frequent breaks. Take your bio breaks. It is bad to hold it in. Drink enough water. Make sure your workstation is clean. When you're done, don't forget to get your rest. Make sure you eat enough. My wife sent me a screenshot. Oh, the weather. It's supposed to snow tonight? Interesting. I know, right? The Amoria song is great. Let me turn that. I'm done. I'm done with the scrolling, so I can turn off this song that has annoyed me long enough and play a playlist. Let's turn off shuffle. Let's scroll up to some of my stuff. Well, really, do I not own that? Do I have a little bit of? Oh, I should have. Yeah, I have a lot. Okay, good. Let's go to the top. We'll go down from there. Singapore before RuneScape. Where life begins. I do have some newer. Why is that not on my playlist? It should be. So, let's put on this music here. Turned off shuffle, go to the top. Night market is first. It's a little loud. That should be better. Ooh, that's loud. Let's turn it down again. Sorry guys, don't want to hurt your ears. That should be better. There we go. It just hadn't rolled on my playlist yet. It's too many songs. It's like 200 songs between all the Skyrim, Maplestory, RuneScape, Hades music. Ooh. Sword for attack. I'll be real, I don't remember Night Market at all. I don't think I've ever been to that map. Or any of its surrounding maps, for that matter. I have it on my playlist solely because this song is fantastic. Speaking of Rebecca being on for another 8 or 9 hours, let's get this 8 or 9 hours started with a hydration check. Make sure to have a sip of water. I know I'm about to. I smacked the mic with my water bottle. I apologize. Sorry about that. If that was loud, it was not my intention. Someone popped into chat, and I'm assuming they were immediately met by me smacking the mic, so they immediately left. I essentially jump scared them with me smacking the mic. And they left. Excellent. It shouldn't take too long, you're not that high level. You're getting 16% every 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. And yes, I would say this is definitely one of the best tracks in Maplestory. I don't have it on my playlist, but one of my favorite tracks in Maplestory. I don't know why it's not on my playlist. Let me see if I can add it. Maplestory music. Here we go, that's what it's called. Yes, yes, yes. When this song is over, I'm going to put on one of my favorite songs. I'm going to add it to my playlist, because it should be in my playlist. It's from Modern Maplestory. Those of you that play the Modern Maplestory will probably recognize it for the 5 or so levels you were at this area. It is probably my favorite Maplestory soundtrack song, Maplestory OST. Look, I know what people think about Modern Maple. I like it, but it's not for everyone. But I'll give it this. It does not matter if Modern Maple plays bad, because Modern Maple still brings out the bangers. Let's add this to my playlist. Where the Stars Rest. I believe level 135, if not 145, or 235, if not 245 plus. I forget. It is probably my favorite Maplestory track from Modern Maple. So even if you don't enjoy Modern Maple as it is now, if you don't enjoy it, that's fine. But if you love old school Maplestory soundtrack, just go through some of the modern tracks. You'll find some stuff in there that will blow your pants right off. Stuff that makes you have that wonder you had playing Maplestory as a kid. For me, that was this track. It is such a good track. Now it's on my playlist. I will continue. What comes next? I don't have that much modern on here, so it's all right. Next is another of the best songs out of Maplestory ever. Right here. I think my stream has turned into Maple Radio, without all of the terrible allegations that turned out to be true. Lith Harbor's theme, or Above the Treetops, is definitely one of the best tracks from Maplestory. Before next stream, I'm not ending yet, but before next stream, I'll add more Modern Maple music to this playlist. Because I think even if some of you don't play Modern Maple, it's worth discovering some of its music. Everyone can say what they will about Modern Maple, whether or not they like it. I like it. But I'm not going to put any opinion in anyone else's mouth. You have your own opinion on games, and that's fine. I'm picky when it comes to games. It is surprising to me that I like Modern Maple. But regardless of that opinion, regardless of any of their track record at new content past Big Bang, past the Red Update, one thing is consistent, and it's the music they've made for the game. It has always been good. One of the newest areas that just got released that I will never make it to in Modern Maple. I will never be that high level. Never. I know how I am, and it just will not happen. I listened to the soundtrack from that place, and it is amazing. Modern Maplestory, regardless of the time period, just has good music. Yeah, I'm very happy that they continued with good endgame music. A little sad that I'll never make it to that kind of, like, the end of endgame. No way. Until they make the level cap 350, release 7th job, and say, hey, you get 7th job level 300, here's Super Mega Hyperburn, and you can get to level 300 with Super Mega Hyperburn, I will not be experiencing any of that content. It is daily story. It takes... At level 85... in Artale here, it feels kind of like a chore on my sniper to get enough levels experience to level up. It takes a couple of minutes, a minute or two, more than a minute, to get 1% experience. At level 165 on my main in Reboot, I will grind for 30 minutes and do all of my dailies, and I will get less than 1%. Less than 1%. And that's at 3 times experience with a 3 times experience card, and an extra 10% from a link skill, and an extra 10% or an extra 15%. Actually, it's the extra 15% from the link skill, and an extra 10% from a ability. Legion effect, and an extra 2 times experience a couple of times during the training from a rune. 425% extra experience at level 265 and I train for 30 minutes, and I barely get 0.5%. Oh, Night Troop. Okay, if I had Night Troop, the event that's going on. Let's say I got all 900%. It's still about less than 1% an hour. It's daily story. There's no reason to grind in modern Maplestory. You go on, you do your weeklies and your dailies consistently. You'll get a % for doing one of your end game daily chores to get end game essentially coins that you use to level up your new skills or your new stats. One of the many different new ways of increasing your stats. And that's it. You get more experience from not playing the game and then coming online for 30 minutes. They've turned it into a mobile game. A game where it is incentivizing you to... Yeah. Maxing 6 is about 2,000 hours, yeah. 6 job. They've turned it into a mobile game. They're incentivizing you to create habits. It is a habit to come online, play for 30 minutes to an hour, maybe a little bit more, once a week, when your weekly bosses reset. You're playing often, but not a lot, especially if you've already finished your Legion, which is to say, making essentially every character that exists and getting them to around level 210. You get from 1 to 200 if you're pretty good at grinding, and you know where to go when you have experience cards. A 3x experience card, by the way, you get those from events. You still get the 2x experience cards, but they gave out 3x because it just gets so high level now. You can get from 1 to 200. Someone who's really good at grinding. They have all their Legion effects. They have a maxed out. They have 8k. They have 8k Legion. They have all their Link skills, and they have enough experience cards. And maybe an event's going on. You could get, without like Blink or anything like that, you could get from 1 to 200 in 3 or 4 hours. That's considered early game. It's early game until you hit 6th job. You have... And you're able to solo Chaos Zakum and harder bosses like Chaos Rudibus, which are harder than Chaos, harder than how Horntail is now in old school. But you just have so much damage that you can solo them. And on my main, I can press one button and Chaos Vellum dies instantly. It is absurd, yes. It is absurd. They have events. One of the events that's coming out next week with the November update. They had this in the last major update. It's called Hyperblink. You make a new character at level 1. You get them to the job advancement, to your first job, and you sign them up for Hyperblink. Then you go into a map with Spingleman, a NPC who they like to use for events nowadays. And you get from 1 to level 200 in about 20 minutes. That's the event. It gives you some temporary equipment. You get from level 1 to level 220 minutes. Of course, 200 to 210 is essentially level 50 to level 60 if you're not that good at the game in this terms. So like where I'm leveling right now, that's about level 200 to 201. And it just gets worse. Don't get me wrong, I like it. But old school is better. It just is. Modern Maplestory is a game about how classes feel to play. Yes, the game starts at level 200. They are rushing you to 200 as fast as possible. The game begins at 200, really. They have events that get you to 200 as fast as possible. They have events that help you get to 6th job as fast as possible. Technically, the game mid-game doesn't really start until after you get to level 260. And you've already gotten your level 150 gear, which is best in slot until you get your level 200 gear, which takes a while, a long while. You need to be able to kill Lotus, who, if you remember him from the Resistance quest line, is a boss. He is very difficult if you're not good at the game. You need to get equipment from his drops. And from Damien's boss. Damien is a boss based on, if you remember, the Demon Slayer class that came out post Big Bang. It's his brother, I think, or best friend, something of that nature. And he's a boss, and you have to kill him, and you need to get the drops from it so you can get your mid-end game equipment. And everything needs to be cubed to legendary, and everything needs to be star forced to 15, 16, 17 stars. And, there's no scrolling in Reboot, because it's Reboot. You don't scroll, you star force, and it's a lot. If you don't play it, it's a lot. I've played it on and off consistently since the beginning. It's a game that if you came with the knowledge of this version of the game that I'm playing and you're seeing on your screens right now, or that you're playing right now, and you jumped into Modern Maple, you would get whiplash. It's not the same game. It's getting better. Supposedly. It's getting better. It's fun. I like it. But again, it's designed like a mobile game now. I don't particularly enjoy that design. I don't mind daily story. It's nice having a game to go to and have a bite-sized amount of time to interact with that game and know that I can get off now. I'm not going to get that much out of playing it more, even if I kind of do want to play it more. It lets me do other stuff. This game here that we're playing now, Artale, is different. It isn't a bite-sized game. This is a game where you really have to put your nose to the grindstone and play it. Otherwise, you're not going to progress. GMS is a mobile game now, essentially. Once you have everything else in place, and you've grinded to the point that people at the mid to end game have, or the very end of early game, because it's still Maplestory at the beginning. Early game is the longest part of the game. Once you've gotten to the point where you're starting mid game, which means you have accumulated 8,000 levels worth of classes. So played most classes in the game to level 200, 210. That's, you have all the best ones that give you their extra skills they give to other characters in your account. You are able to make Meso by killing all the early game bosses, which can be difficult learning their mechanics, because they do have boss mechanics. Eventually you'll get so strong that you can just instantly nuke them like I can, and like many people can. But for your ults, most of the time you still have to know those boss mechanics. At that point, it's daily story. You go on, you play for 30 minutes, especially if there's an event. You play for 30 minutes on your main, and then that's your day playing Maplestory. That's GMS. That's how it works. It's a mobile game once you get to mid to end game. Once a week you go on for an hour and do all of your bosses, since they have weekly bosses. That's where you're getting most of your Meso. Doing bosses. You get, I'll put it into perspective here. I'm selling a 20 mil shoe. I haven't had 20 mil at one time in this server at once, and most people haven't had more than 100 mil at once in this server. There are a few outliers. Boss muling is a big thing, yes, that's where your Meso come from. If you want to cube something in modern Maple, you need to spend Meso, especially if you're in Reboot. If you're in Reboot, you can buy all of your cubes with Meso. That's what's good about Reboot. You do it all yourself. No trading. There's no trading. You can trade among yourself, you just can't trade equipment among yourself. So you can't put it into the bank and give it to yourself. It's equipment, but you can do it with Meso, and you can do it with cubes. You buy cubes with Meso. You want to get legendary equipment, you want to get the best stats for a weapon. You're aiming at trying to get 30% attack power on your weapon if you're any non-mage class. Really, you're looking for more than that. 39% is the highest you could get, but that's unrealistic. You're probably looking for 30%. Doing bosses nets me, and that's me with 1 main and 2 bossing mules, about 2.5 billion Mesos a week. My main doesn't have a 30% attack weapon. I have dumped that 2.5 billion Mesos a week into his claw, because it is a Night Walker, for years. Every week, for years. Now, mind you, it should only take about 15 billion Mesos, or 3 boss mules worth, about 3 months worth of playing, to get a 30 attack weapon. And I've done it for years. I have bad RNG. But, mind you, that is a lot of my Mesos. I get more Mesos in GMS in 1 hour than I will ever get in this server. More than anyone will ever get in this server. 55 bill, still. Doesn't matter, I've done it for years. I was undershot, whatever. Whatever it is, I've done it for years. Nothing, you know? So it would take the average person with that about a year. That means inflated. Yes. For example, if you look at my range right here, my attack range, right? 492 to 870. Can you guess? Can you guess what my attack range on my Nightwalker is? That first number is around 25 million. And that second number is around 30 million. Unbuffed. And I'm not even at end game, I'm at mid game. I'm not very good at bossing. I can solo Kelling, I think, if I get lucky. That's one of the end game bosses. If I get lucky. I'm not really at end game. I don't have end game equipment. I don't have all of my superior Gullick set. I am missing the necklace, I believe. And yet, I instantly kill Gullix. Yeah, Kelling. I think. I might be wrong by the boss. I haven't played in a while. It might not be Kelling. It's the one that looks like a bowl. It's the bowl one. Which one is that? Is that Cowling? I don't know. It's the bowl one. Is that the bowl one? No, it's not. It's not the science girl. I can solo the bowl one. I forget the name. I'm mixing it up. It's not Kaling. It's the other one. I haven't actually beaten it outside of practice mode, but I can beat it in practice mode. The bowl one. If I try it really, 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 really hard. If I really, really, really want it, I can do it. I don't usually really, really want it though, because I don't play enough. Yeah, I didn't think it was Kaling that I was saying. I'm saying the wrong damn boss. I'm trying to make a point of how absurd modern Maple is. To people who don't play it. It can be fun. If you want to play it casually. And if you like the bossing aspects of it, then try to hardcore it if you want to. But I don't recommend it to most people. I've never had my wife play it. I've told her she will not like it. It is not a game that she will like. I like it because I've played it since the beginning. I've played it since this that we're seeing right now on screen. Right? I have seen its progression. I know its lore. I made a D&D campaign about the lore of Maplestory. I love Maplestory. Very, very much so. It is a game that is dear to my heart. No, she tried. She got to level 9, and then she quit. She doesn't like it. She thinks it's stupid. She played it. She says she played it to humor me a couple years ago when we played that Dream MS private server. She liked it. I know she liked it, but it's just not the type of game that she enjoys that much. It's too much grinding. Yeah, the private server that we didn't have the rolling mechanic, and I feel like the rolling mechanic for your stats at the beginning was the thing that frustrated her the most. She had the stats of a mage, but she didn't want to be a mage, and I don't think she really knew what she wanted to play. She's played a private server that she kind of enjoyed somewhat, not at the current version of Modern Maple, but like quite a few versions before the current Modern Maple, like way before 6th Job, way before that. And she kind of liked who's the dragon dude? He can transform into a dragon knight guy, and he's like big sword boy. Kaiser. Yeah, she kind of liked Kaiser. She also kind of liked Cadena. She liked how kind of like involved they were, which is also one of the reasons why she wouldn't. I don't think she'd get into this game. This game isn't as involved as Modern Maple is with some of their classes. Some of their classes are specifically involved in playing them, right? Kaiser might not be that involved, but it's somewhat involved. Cadena, specifically, you need to know how to chain together commands to make it work right? There's a few others. Arc, you need to be able to do it right. Blaster, which I still firmly believe if they put Blaster as it is in Modern Maplestory in Artale, no one would still play. No one would play it. That's how difficult the learning curve of Blaster is. If it was in Artale, no one would play it. That would be a funny April Fool's. Have them release Blaster in Artale for a day. Just let everyone know that after the first, they're going to roll back the server to the day before April 1st, but release Blaster. That'd be funny. And for those of you that have played post-Big Bang Maplestory, but don't know Modern Maplestory, Blaster was the final Resistance class to be released. It was the warrior one, kind of. Think Gunslinger interests you. Oh yeah, sure, I can give you an idea of my gear at the moment. Give me a second to kill these guys. It's the first person to ask that. No, not even joking. First person to actually ask that. I just got it. So here's my really bad hat. I don't have money to scroll it. I got this bullet for 500k. It's not bad. I got this shoe for 500k. It's not bad. I made this while talking about cringe, and it scrolled properly. I got down to the very last scroll. I did terribly, and then I threw a 10% at it, and it worked. So, it's fine. 61 attack. Just got it. It's fine. This one was lucky. I threw... it had 2 slots left on it. When I bought it, it was a 4 dex really bad overall, and I threw 2 10% at it and they both worked, so it's good for me for a while. Icarus Cape, 6 dex. I bought it for 100 for 1 mil back when they were a bit cheaper. It only had 3 slots on it, but I got all 3 to work. 6 dex, and it's just a 2 attack glove. Not good. I'm going to replace it once an item I have in the auction house sells with an 8 attack. That's about it. That's about it. This earring is nothing. It's just a placeholder. That's it. Of course, I recommend Blaster. I recommend Gunslinger. Gunslinger, it's a bit hard going. As you can see, I am at Cellion's. They drop blazing capsules. If you know about blazing capsules in this server, they are considered a bullet, so therefore an equip, unlike in regular old school where it was just a consumable. And they boost your flamethrower skill by 50% damage, as well as have 16 attack, which is essentially the same scaling as a Steely, with an added 50% bonus to a skills damage. So they are very sought after. They would cost you 80 mil if you wanted to buy one, but Cellion's dropped them. I've been here since level 43. I have not gotten one yet. I will probably be here to 70, and I probably will not see one. So if you play Gunslinger, I recommend coming here at level 43 and then staying here until 70. It will not be super fun, but if you get the drop, it is worth it, because then you can go somewhere else that is more fun. And if not, go somewhere that you can get more experience at level 70 and work towards... Glaze is fine. The reason why there's more glazes on the market, and it also gives a 50% damage boost to the ice skill, just like how the blaze one gives the 50% to the flamethrower skill. It's just the ice skill isn't as good as the flame skill. It doesn't have a damage over time aspect. But they're more on the market because the other mobs that drop it have other better drops. This particular mob has a lot of scrolls. Most of them are bad. The second best drop these guys can drop is a 60% claw attack scroll. I've seen one. I've been here since level 43. And I haven't seen the other good drop, which is a 60% crossbow attack scroll. Yeah, it's difficult. I'm just trying to get lucky. I will be here until 70 most likely, and then I'll give up on it. That's why I'm streaming. Because if I stream, it puts a fire under my ass, and I will actually bite the bullet and I will do it. Because I know for a fact that if I wasn't streaming, I would still probably be like level 45 and doing it much slower. I would have hung out in the free market, I would have got off, and I would have read some manga or manhwa, probably manhwa because I enjoy Korean manga more than Japanese manga these days. Or I would have watched some YouTube, and I would catch up on one of the shows that I haven't watched in a while. But I definitely wouldn't be as high level as I am now. That is the power of streaming. It is nice. I can talk to people. It makes it so I can be more determined and also not think. I don't have to put all of my brain power to this game. Most people will put a thing on in the background. I only have one monitor. I have my laptop to my left, which I'm running YouTube on, so I can watch chat in real time with no latency. But whatever works. If you're able to grind at a place that isn't super optimal for a long time, excellent. It's not the strongest class ever. Obviously, one of the stronger classes is Assassin, which also has the same problem because throwing stars are very expensive for the same reason that these blaze capsules are. Right. There are other stronger classes like Bishop, but they're kind of boring, in my opinion. No offense to anyone who likes Bishop. It's not my style. Corsair is top tier. It is essentially Assassin, but levels up faster in 3rd job. Also, you get Pew Pew Cool Ship at 4th job. The fun top tier classes in Artale that don't have problems leveling and don't have specific requirements that you might want to go for, like Assassin or Gunslinger in this case, would be the warrior classes. Specifically, Dark Knight doesn't need anything specific. You have to deal with the kind of annoying accuracy minigame that comes with warriors. Paladin is very good. Obviously, at 4th job, Bowmaster will be really good, but 1st through 3rd is hell. 1st through 3rd is complete hell. Crossbowmen will be pretty top tier too, especially with their changes. Oh, I will tell I will tell Dino that we have a prospect to put on the list. It's not my guild, it is Dino Fries, who streams most days. He'll be streaming next time on Friday. He's off today and tomorrow for his birthday. Friday will be his celebration birthday stream on Maple Worlds Artale. In the meantime, I'll be streaming today and tomorrow, most likely. But I'm sure he would love to have you, but it is full at the moment. We are looking to expand it, but the time it takes to expand this guild is a bit... He'll put you on the list. As long as you're regular in the chat every once in a while, you'll eventually get it, I'm sure. Not my chat, his chat. You can be in my chat all you want. I will vouch for you. I will fight for you. Oh, blaze capsules. Same drop rate as Steely's. So 2 in 3.25 million. 1 in 1.5 million. Very unlikely. Very unlikely. I'll be here until level 70, most likely, and it will not drop. They cost 88 million gold. I'm not getting it for the drop to sell. Yes, I know this. I've been here since level 43. So I've been here for 7 levels, and I will be here for another 20, and it will not drop. If I'm lucky, it'll drop. I appreciate it. Cross your fingers for me. In the mirror tonight, go and say something cringe. And that will help me to feel better about myself. Sure, I just showed someone else, but I can show you my gear as well. I might need the thing for that. My gun, 61 attack. I just scrolled it with a 10% on a whim, and it worked. My earring is trash. 30 bullet, need to get the 50 bullet. The bad hat, not good. This is okay, I got 2 10% to work on it. This is okay, 6 dex. 2 attack glove, I'm gonna replace it soon. And a 3 dex shoe, they cost about 300 to 500k. That's about it. Not super great, it'll be better once I get a better glove. I recently got 2 10% to work on a snowshoe. With no other fails. So it has 5 slots. One of those sold 2 days ago for 2.2 million. So I'm selling it for 20. And hopefully it sells. And then I can buy a better glove. But at my level, you should probably be aiming for 6 to 9 attack on your glove. If you want to kill things at any reasonable speed. And you'll probably want the better bullet, level 50 bullet. Again, better reasonable speed. 10 more attack will do wonders. This class is pretty weak at this level. It's not bad. I'm using a snowflake, though. I have an extra 20 attack because of it. Technically speaking, my damage should be something like this. 20 attack less. Still not terrible. But, much worse. But no, snowflakes are kind of a necessity when you don't have the best gear yet. I bought the pet and the auto skill thing that comes with it. Then had some Meso left over. Oh, I also bought the styling pass. Had some Meso left over, or some world coin left over, and I'm using it for snowflakes. Or I used it for snowflakes. That's about how much I have. Snowflakes are expensive now. They're like 65k each, I think. That'd be more now. Trust me that the damage was much worse 7 levels ago. Here. I probably shouldn't have come here until around now anyway, but the 7 levels. It's only 7 levels. It's only 9 hours. 9 hours that I'll never get back. Right bottom. Every time that pops up, I think, ooh, my shoes sold, but no, it didn't happen. 5 weapon attack. Let me put my music back on shuffle. Okay. But no, I'm not really complaining about my damage. Damage is fine. It's fine. It just could be better. $8 mil on your cleric. I'm surprised you're not higher level than me, Derek. It'd be nice if I was rich. I was hoping that was the cue for the blaze capsules to show up, but no. You're not tryharding. I'm tryharding. Not really, I'm talking to chat. $864, $739. I will keep. Ooh, what was that? Shoe. Who are you? Pirate. It's not that good, but I think it is technically better than my current shoe, and it's below average. Where you have to level 60. 10 more levels. What do I have? Dino fries. Derek. Don't tell them that I'm yapping. I will come to your map and KS you. I'll switch my archer, my crossbowman. Oh no, gunslinger KSing, oh my god. Even at third job, I'd do a terrible job KSing anyone. Third job gunslinger is all about damage over time. It's about going around the map, hitting everyone with essentially chili pepper poison mist. And then going back around and hitting them again. I guess. And then doing it again and again and again until you level up. so I won't be streaming that much longer. It's getting late. I don't stream as long as, oh thanks, it's not gonna happen. We'll see, maybe I'll get lucky, I don't know. But I don't stream as long as Dino Fries does. My wife likes to go to bed at 2 in the morning, and I don't like staying up past 2 in the morning. Anyway, good night, Derek, whatever you're gonna do. I might be on when you come back, but I probably won't. I'm not gonna be on for much more than an hour. More, at most. Hour 15, maybe. If you're just going for a walk, I'll probably be here when you get back. You're in Australia, right? What time is it? It's 9 hours less, so it's like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Right? Something like that. Oh, 4:15. Daylight savings, different. You don't have that because you're in Australia. Yeah. It is currently 12:14 a.m. in Indiana, United States. Oh yeah? Prove it! I'm just kidding, I don't care. Anyway, enjoy your walk in your warm weather of being in Australia while I'm here and it is supposed to snow tonight. Which I'm from California. I have only seen snow when I was a child and went to Big Bear, which is a mountain for skiing, and my grandparents had the money to do that. See you later. What level are you now, Rebecca? Anything good? Any good news? You level 999 yet? I'll take the silence as sorry, can't talk, try-harding right now. I get it. I understand. Oh, I missed a drop. I could grab that. See? Lots of drops. I'm making money. Maybe. Ooh, right. Hydration check. Please do drink water. I do drink a lot of water because I like water. Many people forget or put it off or don't do it. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Level 52 already. Already surpassed me. Of course, I'm not exactly at the best training spot. Back to the Hades music again. Let's not forget snowflakes. Gun for attack, sword for attack, cape for strength. Got another one that's good. Another 100 or so K. Small change. At least I can kinda maybe 4-shot though with the bullet. Sometimes 3-shot. That's pretty good. Five shot with the other attempt. Sorry for being boring. I'm not that creative when it comes to things to talk about. At least you can enjoy the nice, low-quality Hades music thanks to YouTube compression, OBS, and other things. As I said earlier, fart jokes are always funny. Conversely, on the other end of the spectrum, no matter how much adult cartoons and children's cartoons and media and anyone else wants to try to make it funny, vomit jokes are never funny. You can do that trope to death and try to make it funny. It has never been funny, and it will never be funny. It is only gross. Stop doing it. Too many cartoons, whether they be online or oh no, don't worry about it, Rebecca. I'm just looking for things to talk about, which is why I'm bringing up this particular topic. It has never been funny and it will never be funny. It is only gross. I know many creators on YouTube who are animators, many popular TV shows. Looking at you, maybe not popular now, but it was popular for a while. Family Guy. Others, newer ones. Vomit jokes are never funny. Oh, especially looking at you. Rick and Morty. It's not funny. It's never been funny. It won't be funny. The only time vomit is acceptable in a show is to show a moment of utter disgust and disbelief. Something so horrendous to a character in the scene that it made them retch. That is when vomit in a television show is fine. It is showing the dramatic moment of the scene and making people see that it is so awful that it is making the character unable to hold in their stomach contents. That's the only time it's acceptable. It's not funny. Don't play it as funny. Farting, funny. Vomit, hot, funny. and I hope those of you listening agree. Another one that died out in the early 2000s, thankfully, well, early to mid 2000s. Thank you for dying off. I didn't think it was funny. I know it was for shock humor, and shock humor isn't really funny, honestly. Can be kind of sometimes, but I don't think this form was funny. Gross out shots. SpongeBob. The Misadventures of Flapjack. Chowder. Some Early Adventure Time. Hyper-realistic, gross-out shots are not funny. They are shocking, but not funny. Some hyper-realistic shots can be funny. I'm thinking back to the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. A moment where SpongeBob is a disheveled mess shown as someone with a alcoholic problem, but with ice cream. And they give him this hyper-realistic look with that scraggly beard. That was kind of funny. But it wasn't made for gross out humor. Gross out humor isn't funny. It is never funny. It was funny the first time it happened, and then it was never funny since. So I implore you, television, who is not listening to what I am saying here with the 7 viewers on my YouTube stream, I implore you, TV, stop doing it. I'm gonna bring up a very specific one too. You know what was funny, and people memed on it and said it wasn't funny, but actually low-key kind of was funny the entire time. It had moments that weren't, but it was mostly funny the whole time. And I don't agree with people who say it wasn't, because it was. It was The Big Bang Theory. I don't know why. It just was kind of funny the whole time. And even at the times it wasn't actually funny, it was entertaining. It made you care about the characters at least. And it was fun. People memed on it for so long, saying it was the worst show ever and all that. No, it was good. It was a good show. It was funny. As you can tell, I switched training to Kerning Square. Excellent EXP for my level. I should be here at Kerning Square from level 50 to level 75-ish, maybe. Because Kerning Square is very good XP for my level. Right? Right? I mean, it is. Well, how I wish I was actually at Kerning Square right now, because this is growing dull. But it's necessary. Those. Welcome to Maple Radio. All Maplestory music all day. I'm kidding. This isn't Maple Radio. But I am still your host, Merp. Here to talk through the pretty Maplestory music that you don't want me to talk through. Die. How is that? Just someone whispering into the mic, die. Fuck it. Just realized I did that. That was stupid. What's next? Radio. Ah. Singapore again. I'm changing to Esfera, actually. Another high-level GMS area that has pretty music. For those of you that are going to be grinding for 9 hours, cough, Rebecca, make sure to check your posture. Your back will thank me later. Back and neck and shoulders, at the very least, sit in a way that is somewhat ergonomic. Make sure you have a pillow under your head or neck if you are leaning back. Only shrimp get on their egg case. Now, you're not wrong. I am a shrimp after all. I'm sure if I streamed for 9 hours every day like sometimes Dino does, I would be a shrimp for real. Because my computer setup would turn me into a shrimp. Fortunately, I can play for however the hell long I want at my reclining chair in the living room on my laptop. With the only downside being that on my laptop, not all the keys are super responsive all the time. Which can be annoying in a game like Maplestory. If you've noticed, sometimes when I type in chat, I will miss a letter on a word, or sometimes I will have a letter on a word repeated 2 or even 3 times more than it should be, and that is due to my laptop's keyboard problems, and not because I am a dumb typist who does not know how to type Word. In fact, I very much prefer to have all of my language correct, but I can't go back and edit my messages in, say, YouTube streaming chat or Maplestory's general chat or guild chat. But I can in Discord, so when I go into Discord and I have something wrong, I will fix it. This is mostly due to my keyboard. But here, right now, my keyboard is very responsive. Ooh, excuse me. Very responsive. Because it is a Newfie keyboard, a good keyboard that isn't built into a laptop. Especially not one that is almost 5 years old now. And also a laptop that absolutely did have a bulging battery that I had to get replaced recently. Not as bad as you would think it would be, but it was slightly noticeable that it was bulging. So I got that Forbidden Capri Sun replaced well before it became too big of an issue. But I think it might have damaged the keyboard a bit. Would anyone like a sip from the Forbidden Capri Sun? It tastes like death. I hear that's all the rage for millennials right now. No? No takers for the Forbidden Capri Sun? That's a shame. I will dispose of it properly. Right in the trash. I'm kidding. I took my computer in for a regular cleaning and battery replacement. I probably should have had the keyboard replaced, but that would have cost $500 to $600. So no. Instead, my wife said she's going to get me one for Christmas. I don't know what she's going to get me. It's not going to be a MacBook. It's not going to be that expensive, and I wouldn't expect it to be. I don't want a MacBook or something that expensive. I would be happy with a nice, cheap boy, $400 computer from Best Buy. They can play Maplestory, and it can play Peglin, and I can watch YouTube on it. And I would be fine with that. I can use my MacBook solely for video editing work, animation work, Photoshop, at least Command Z, Command C, Command V, they all work fine. Don't worry, Rebecca, you're the best shrimp I know. %, level 50. Welcome back, Derek. Would you like a sip from the Forbidden Capri Sun? No? That's fine. It tastes like it tastes like and will cause death. I hear that's all the rage for millennials nowadays. I was trying to make conversation with no one, so I was talking about random topics, one of which was getting my battery replaced on my laptop recently, of which is what I'm looking at YouTube for the chat. The battery was very slightly bulging, enough to be noticeable. When you would close the computer, it wouldn't close all the way. There'd be like a little bit of space on the left and right side. So it was definitely bulging very slightly. So I had that replaced. That battery, that's the Forbidden Capri Sun. The other thing that you missed, the only other thing that you missed, was going on a tangent about how in cartoons, modern media, whatnot, vomit is never funny. It is only gross. And same with gross out humor, like from SpongeBob, The Misadventures of Flapjack, Chowder, things like that. That's about it. I mentioned that farts are funny, but vomit is not. And it never is, and it never will be. Anyway, that's it. That's about it. I think. How was your walk? Was it good? You get a bit of vitamin D that you've been missing? Have you seen Candace today, Derek? Did you see Candace on her way out? I'm sure Candace is doing very well. Good. I'm glad. You've fallen right into my trap, Derek. Oh, no. I'm just asking, can this dick fit in your mouth? Got him. Excellent. Thank you for falling for it. I appreciate it. It's like falling for Updog. Very embarrassing for you. Yes, very, very. It is documented. It's on stream. You see, the moment you fell for it, I got another viewer. That's how it works. Not usually, no. No, not usually. Rebecca. I know that's disingenuous. I know you watched Game Grumps as well. Yes, it was very, very funny when Dan fell for it. Very excellent Game Grumps moment. Very funny, haha. Now, I know that one is going to be a lol, you said this thing. Won't you something wolf job? I don't know what that is. But I am sure it is funny and of the same ilk. And I appreciate it. In fact, I would very much like you to explain it, because I haven't heard that one, and if it is very good, I will throw it at my Norwegian friends, and they will fall for it, and it'll be funny. I might have missed that one. OG Game Grumps. So with without Danny and with Aran and what's his name? I forget his name. Please do. Is that OG Game Grumps with Aran and no, not OG, not with John, but early Danny Game Grumps. That is pretty funny. Wolf job. John Game Grumps was very short-lived. I do prefer Danny. But you know what? JonTron is funny. You can throw as many Game Grumps recipes at me as you want. I'm not going to know most of them. I wasn't that deep into Game Grumps. I liked Game Grumps a lot, but I watched a bit of the JonTron stuff. Not that much. A bit of the JonTron stuff. I'd watch a lot of the Danny stuff, but I mean, gaming content wasn't exactly the thing that I watched the most of. Yeah, I've seen that one. He's like, no. That's about right. That's a very Aran thing to say, huh? I lost interest after John left the show. The part of Game Grumps that I was around for the most was the Obama jokes era. The I'm gonna pre jokes, those ones. That was the era that I was around for the most. Yeah, I think a little bit before that is when that was the thing. The last major series of them that I watched was definitely Kirby's Dream Course, and it was very good. I've watched an episode here or there since. I liked a lot of their Mario Maker ones. Those were pretty funny. A lot of rage stuff was always funny. Aran gets fucking pissed. Still watch their animated shorts from Shuchuru. Those are always very funny. In fact, Shuchuru even dips into content that I like. He does some shorts for the group of D&D chuckle fucks, and they're very funny. I don't even watch them. The D&D chuckle fucks that I'm talking about. I don't watch their podcast, but the shorts on YouTube Shorts and the ones that are animated by Shuchuru, very funny. Very, very funny. Very talented individuals in both music, animation, and entertainment in general. Very wise of them, and especially Aran specifically, very wise of him to get on the gaming bandwagon when he did. Nowadays, getting into gaming as a YouTuber, especially one who does the kind of content they do, is essentially impossible. You need to inherit the domain, essentially. You need to be invited onto a show. You would need to have something to get you in. And it wasn't profitable back then, but it had a lot of viewers. The foresight of knowing that it could turn into a business later was what they had. At least what Aran had. I firmly believe that, at least. For others, maybe not. I know PewDiePie didn't have any intention of making money to begin with. And look at him now, he lives in Japan. He's a multi-millionaire, can do whatever the hell he wants. I don't even think he makes gaming content anymore. Now he's essentially a vlogger a la that New Yorker one who got really popular a few years ago. The one with the kind of funny looking face and the like painted on shades, I don't know, what was his name? Filmmaker. What's his face? He's that, but in Japan. I don't think I would want to move to Japan. I don't think. Culture shock would be terrible. Side note, I don't think it's profitable now. For the majority of people who get into this kind of content, oh yeah, work sucks. The work culture there is terrible. But I don't think YouTube in general, for most people, is profitable even now. It's a lightning in a bottle. You need to get an audience somehow. I'm mostly doing this for fun at the moment, and I have the free time to do it. In order to become good at YouTube and actually do it, you need the skills beforehand. Fortunately, I have those, thanks to my work in animation and the entertainment industry. You need some kind of personality that people enjoy. I don't know if mine is the brand that people like. We will see. It is to be seen. Who knows? I don't know if the content that I want to make is what people want to see. Right now I'm just streaming because I need the motivation to play this game outside of doing it in silence by myself. This feels like partying in Maplestory, essentially. Because I have people to talk to. But the type of videos that I want to make are essentially just I've been told something like that. I've always been told that I have a decent voice when I sound like every other tech reviewer on YouTube. Not like the main tech reviewer that you have, that you follow and you listen to that guy every time he makes a tech review. Like the second tech reviewer who you want to look at because you wanted a second opinion. I sound like that guy. You know? Yeah. I think that's pretty accurate. No, the kind of stuff I want to do is medium long form content. Specifically video essays on things that I like. Maybe I'll do a couple videos on Maplestory. Maybe I'll do a couple videos on music and bands I like. Obscure video games I like. Maybe I'll respond to other people's YouTube videos. Maybe I'll respond to things in video games that I don't like. business practices that are done in a video game that I do like, that I don't like. Stuff like that. I just something eclectic. I don't need to. I don't want to build myself into a bubble, into a niche. I just want to do what I want to do. That's why I'm not going to do specifically Maplestory Artale forever. I'm doing this just so I can get used to talking into a microphone, get used to the OBS stuff, play this game, maybe build a small audience of people that like watching my streams. For Artale, Maplestory specifically, because I don't mind because I don't play that many games in general. Since it came out, I can believe it. Time's going fast. Faster and faster. I mean, it seems like just like yesterday that I was living in California. But we moved to Indiana right before July. Or we started our road trip before July, and we got here just after the 4th. We got here at like the 6th or 7th, because we stayed with my wife's brother halfway through in Nebraska. For just a bit, because she wanted to visit and spend the 4th of July there, which was fun. It was fun. I've never stayed in a Motel 6. No, a Motel 7 before. It's one better than 6. Go to the 7. Fuck you. It'd be great if it was here. Open inventory. It's there. Oh my god. No. Maybe it'll pop up at some point. But you'll be here for 51 at least. Usually you'll open your inventory, you don't see a drop, and it's just there. I mean, you're not paying, like, I'm not paying full attention to the screen. I'm just paying attention to drops that I've missed, making sure there's no items there. Just going, I'm mostly looking at the chat on my left, you know? I have a laptop down there on the left that is underneath my microphone, which is on this Rode stand attached to my desk, which I got specifically for talking video and whatnot. But I do want to make Schrodinger's blaze capsules. They're in my inventory right now, but the universe will decide whether or not they are there when I open my inventory. Level 51. Thank you, Derek. Back to going for decks. More into recoil shot. It's starting to become decent. Look at that damage. 250% in one shot. That's better than double shot, technically, isn't it? Just way slower, I guess, so you can open with that, and then, I guess, optimal. I don't know. It's unfortunate it's on a skill that cannot really be used for attacking. Yeah. YouTube. I want to make videos that I want to make, essentially. I just want to make stuff that I want to make. Fun stuff. If it makes me money, great. I would love to never have to work again. That would be nice. Beyond, you know, making videos that I like. Maybe pull a South Park episode. Make a GoFundMe. Not really. More like a Patreon. Just be like, give me money, because I don't want to do anything. Give me money to do nothing. Open up to a TED Talk and just be like, fuck you. Yeah, fuck you, everyone. Fuck you. I think it was the Washington Redskins South Park episode, right? Where the Washington Redskins lost their trademark on that name. And in the episode, the kids from South Park were looking for a company name to use so they could make a company, essentially a joke company, that they could make as much money as possible to not do anything. And that was their company's goal, a GoFundMe. And they realized, oh shit, the Washington Redskins lost their trademark. We can use their name and their logo. Excellent episode of South Park if you like South Park. I'm not really a big fan of South Park. My wife loves South Park. I know every episode of South Park because I have watched every episode with my wife. I didn't like it when I was a kid, but I think the humor of that show is good. I think it is a good, funny show. They also make all their episodes in Autodesk Maya. Autodesk Maya, a 3D animation program. It is not a 2D animation program. It is a 3D animation program. The reason why they can turn... Yes, my wife is built different. She knows every single episode like the back of her hand. All 20-something seasons of it. And she knew it all before she showed them all to me. What I find interesting about the show is it is done in Autodesk Maya. They make the turnaround for an episode of South Park is about 1 week. The average turnaround for an episode of any other animated television show is about 6 to 8 months, sometimes up to a year, depending on the complexity of the show. The reason why South Park can get away with doing shows in a week is because of how Autodesk Maya works and how their workload works. They have about 20 animators on staff, 20 to 25 animators, which is pretty industry standard. But they don't really have, like, outside of necessity, they only usually have one character designer on staff at any given time. Why? They don't usually make new characters for the show. What they're doing is they have all of the models, flat models, rigged in Maya to be animated easily. And they can go in and animate a 20-minute episode of South Park, and it only takes about 6 days to do. They had animated when the US election first happened in 2020. No, the first one, 2016. The one where Donald Trump versus Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton. They had Mr. Garrison as their Trump stand-in, which on record they have said they regret since it took out a core character from the show that they can't really use outside of being president for a while. Unfortunate. But they used Mr. Garrison as their stand-in. They had animated in one night the ending of their episode as they found out the election results. They did this overnight. This is the power of Autodesk Maya. Autodesk Maya is an animation tool, a 3D software, a rigging software. You can use it for many things in animation. It's very expensive if you want to use it commercially, but as a business, it can be very lucrative to use just because the tools therein are good. Blender has most of those tools now, but back when that happened, 2016, that wasn't the case. That was the only software for it, right? It allows them to have all their assets ready. They have all of the... They can queue up any scene at any angle, in any house in the show, with any characters, with all of the little bells and whistles that allows them to move the way that they want them to animate the lip flaps, because they have a system of how their lips move in the show. And the animators have been on staff there for 25 years, if not more for some of them. They have their animation exactly where they want it to be. So they can pump out animation show episodes in a week, easily. They say that the people who work on South Park, the ones that are in their team, are set for life. They make a year's salary each season and only work for 3 weeks out of the year. That's the dream animation job right there. This is a dream job right there. You make a year's salary as a senior animator, making $100,000 to $200,000 a year, and you only have to work 3 weeks. You can do whatever the hell you want with the other... How many months in the year? Other 11 months in the year. You could have another job. You could animate for a different place. Of course, you have to actually put your nose to the grindstone for those. But with the amount of money they make, why would you want that? Long tangent. I don't know how it started. What's more to it is the fact that those animators have been on staff for a very long time. It's very difficult to become an animator for South Park. The storyboard artists are Matt and Trey Parker, the creators of South Park. They don't have storyboard artists. They do it themselves. The creators. They're not animators, but they know how the Maya software works, and they know how to animate their show as well, so they're animation staff as well as the creators of the show. They know what they want to do each season, and they do it. They have all of the assets queued up and ready at a moment's notice, and if they had to go overtime to make an episode in 24 hours, they could, and have, on record, done that multiple times. Sometimes multiple times per season. But it is the most chill work environment you can have in animation, because you're only working for 3 weeks of the year. Most animation jobs, ones that I've been in, are not remotely like that. You are working 5 days a week on paper, but usually you're working 7 days a week for 8 hours a day on paper, but it's really 12 hours a day for 9 months a year, and the other 3 months a year, it's actually 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. That's just how the animation industry is. It's not... Oh, I know exactly how their process works. It's a Maya-based show. It's a flat 2D show. They've built up all of their assets over the last 25, 30 years. And the creators have a very good sense of humor. Their brand is very particular in that they don't really care about being PC most of the time. They have PC parts in the show, obviously, because it's so culturally significant, especially in the United States, since obviously South Park is based out of Colorado in the United States, and PC culture is United States based, so they have to include it in their show, Otherwise, it wouldn't be a representation of America, right? It's lightning in a bottle. There has never been a show since that show that has pulled off what that show does. The closest show to that show in terms of that work-life balance that I was talking about, where you're working 3 months a year and three weeks a year, and the rest you have to do with what you want. You're making a salary in that amount of time, you know. The closest to that was Smiling Friends, the recent Adult Swim show by some of the YouTube animators that were popular and are popular even now, you know. And even that couldn't do it, really. It was mostly a lot of people that gave the work-life balance to their animators, gave them a good salary, because they had people who knew how that industry works and how it is paid. Yeah, this is RuneScape 3 music. I don't play RuneScape 3, but I think a lot of the RuneScape 3 music is good. It does, kind of. Fanfare, which was the song that had to do with Falador, I believe. One of the four main cities, I think, in the non-paid area of the game. Back to Amoria PQ. I would say Amoria PQ's music is some of the best music in Maplestory. It's too bad it is locked behind a PQ that honestly not that many people ever really played. That Mr. Rassel is worth enough ammo. Just sell it. Ooh, 3,000 Cellion tails. Wait, what do I need? Ooh, 70. I was about to need to go and get the plants anyway. I decided to do it now. Good. 2930. Nice. How about this? 2, 7, +1, 8. Good. And I made a profit of 500K. All right. Let's turn this back on. Settings, sound, that. All right. I think I'm going to call it for the night. I will probably be streaming again tomorrow if my wife doesn't make me play video games with her, which she might, and that is fine. Thank you all for joining. How'd the boots go? I don't think they sold. I was paying attention, I'm sure I would have been like, oh, but they sold. But that is a good point. I should probably fix these. Refresh. And list again. Refresh the listing so it can last overnight. Anyway, thank you all for joining the stream. I'm going to call it for tonight. I hope you all have a nice rest of your night or day, in your case, Derek, since you're not in the United States and are on a different hemisphere. And I will see you all later.